All right, here we go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee for the Environment and Natural Resources. We're gathered here today electronically for the purposes of a public hearing and some work sessions. We're going to start with the public hearing for LD 1940, and then we'll take the work sessions in this order: 1639, 1875, and 1911. So let's go ahead and get started with some introductions, and we'll start with you, Representative Ziegler.
You did that because you noticed I wasn't quite ready, didn't you?
I go in the same order every time. I have a little list on the wall.
You start with Z's first to make me suffer. I'm Representative Paige Ziegler. I represent District 96, 7 towns in Waldo County, Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont.
And Representative Bell.
Art Bell. I represent House District 47, which is Yarmouth, Shabeek, and Long Island. Good morning.
Representative Dudera.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Vicki Dudera. I represent the towns of District 94, Rockport, Islesboro, and my hometown of Camden.
Representative Boyle.
Hi, Jim Boyle. I represent Eastern Gorham and Northern Scarborough.
Representative O'Connor.
Good morning. I'm Beth O'Connor. I represent the individuals of House District 5, which is Berwick and part of North Berwick.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, good morning. I'm Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which are the towns of Pittston, Alna, Wiscasset, and Randolph.
Senator Bennett.
Good morning. I'm Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in Oxford and Cumberland counties in the western foothills of the White Mountains and the Lakes region. Beautiful part of Maine, even when it's snowbound.
Senator Carney.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, where I live, and a little bit of Scarborough.
And my co-chair, Representative Tucker.
Thank you. My name is Ralph Tucker. I represent part of Brunswick, House District 50. Thank you.
And Representative Bloom.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Lydia Bloom. I represent House District 3 in York.
And I'm Stacy Brenner, co-chair of the committee, and I represent Senate District 30, which includes all of Gorham, most of Scarborough, and part of Buxton. And with that, we will go ahead and get started with our public hearing for LD 1940, which is an act to ensure that building codes allow the installation and use of products and equipment that use certain federally regulated refrigerants. And we're going to bring the bill sponsor over, Senator Timberlake. Welcome, Senator. Nice to have you with us this morning.
Yes, it's good to be here. Thank you. Are you ready?
We most certainly are ready whenever you are.
All right. Well, we'll get right on with it and get this over with. Good morning, Chairman Brenner, Chairman Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee of Environment and Natural Resources. I am Jeff Timberlake. I represent Senate District 22, which includes the towns of Durham, Greene, Leeds, Lisbon, Litchfield, Sabattis, Turner, Wales, and Wayne. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about my bill, LD 1940. LD 1940 provides a critical update to Maine's building codes to allow for the use of our next generation in low global warming potential refrigerants in heating and cooling equipment. As you all know, last year, the Maine legislature passed LD 226, legislation that required the phase down of hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, in equipment like chillers, commercial refrigeration, and stationary air conditioners. The American Innovation and Manufacturing Act, the AIM Act, also passed at the federal level in 2020, which directs EPA to issue rules that will phase down the use of FCs across the entire country. Manufacturers and environmental community supported LD 226 and the Federal AIM Act. But in order for manufacturers to comply with Maine and the EPA regulation, the Maine legislature needs to pass LD 1940. The bill makes a very minor, narrow update to the state building codes by clarifying that codes cannot prohibit the use of substitute refrigerants that are approved by the EPA and will be required to be used under DEP's and EPA's regulation. The industry has expressed the need for this critical building code update repeatedly over the last 3 years. This update will be required in every single state in order for industry to comply with the AIM Act and Maine's LD 226 requirements. It's the only way to ensure businesses and residents can access new equipment once the regulations go into effect. Other states have already made this building code updates. Oregon, Washington, and Texas all passed similar legislation in 2021. 9 other states have legislation in the works this year, including some of our very own neighbors, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Vermont, and New York. Another dozen or so states have updated their codes via just the regulatory process. LD 1940 guarantees that Maine can continue to be a leader on this issue. LD 1940 is a win for everyone. It ensures Maine can benefit from the emissions reduction potential of the HFC transition. Manufacturers can comply with the regulations, and Maine businesses can continue to access new equipment. Supermarket, brewers, farms, and orchards, which all have vested interest in seeing this legislation pass, and we'll all have cold beer, warm milk, and ice cream that's not all running. With that, I hope you'll join me today in supporting the passion of LD 1940. I will say that Representative Tucker has an amendment that I think we've talked about and that I'm good with. And there's some other people that'll speak after me that are more experts on this than I am. But I looked at this as very important for the state of Maine to be in compliance with the federal EPA laws. So I've said my piece.
Thank you so much, Senator. Are there any questions for Senator Timberlake? All right. No comments about ice cream or beer for Senator Timberlake?
I don't like runny ice cream. I don't like warm beer.
That's good to know. Representative Hanley.
Yes. How about cold cider? That's important too, isn't it?
Well, cold cider is very important, and it's also important that the meat in my meat coolers be cold, because I don't like rotten meat either.
And you are okay with the amendment as proposed by?
Yes, I've been told by Garrett Mason, who's been working with the group that's in sponsor of this, that the amendment that Representative Tucker's is going to put up, I'm being told, I don't know what it is, but I'm told that the industry is good with it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any additional questions for Senator Timberlake? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us.
No, thank you.
Representative Tucker, would now be a good time for you to present your amendment?
Yes.
I'd like to testify in favor of Senator Timberlake's bill, if that's all right.
Great, wonderful.
Senator Brenner and honorable members of the committee, I have filed remarks which parallel those of Senator Timberlake and which parallel those of other experts who will be following in testimony. So I'm going to go right to the end of my testimony as follows. The Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigerant Institute, AHRI, I'll call them the Institute, requested this law as an amendment to LD 226 last year. In fact, it was proposed in March of that year of 2021. This was during the debate over the HFC reduction and regulation bill, which was passed under Title 38. You can see the testimony and fact sheet of Helen Walter Carinoni of AHRI on LD 226 at the hearing on March 15, 2021. This amendment was left on the cutting floor, however, because the ENR committee was focused on the complexities of hydrofluorocarbon regulation in Title 38, and we weren't focused on building codes. And as you know, sometimes committees are afraid to deal with a different title than the one they're used to, and the building codes are all in Title 10. And at that point, we didn't have time to analyze the building codes idea. It was like building codes were brought up from left field, and we had no idea what that involved. But this proposed law is now back before us. The same proposal that was made back then is back before us in the form of LD 1940. This proposal is also being considered in other states, as you've heard. So I want to apologize to the Institute and to industry for trying to put a good faith amendment on the bill last spring, but the committee was just too busy and preoccupied to give it the attention it deserved. So now is the time to rectify that mistake. I'm submitting a proposed amendment to LD 1940, which has been posted, in order to simplify and clarify the language in the bill. This amendment deletes numerous statutory cross-references and technical terminology which are not needed. And I've checked with the Institute on that language. It also eliminates some convoluted sentences which had confusing double negatives. I want to emphasize that the amendment does not change the intent or the effect of the bill as printed. This bill is good for business, good for the environment, and good for the people of Maine. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Are there any questions for Representative Tucker? All right, not seeing any. I will look to the attendee space. If you're here to speak in favor of LD 1940, if you could raise your hand, your electronic hand. I'm going to bring Allison Maginot over and Alex Hildebrand. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, can you all hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Brenner, Chair Tucker, and members of the Joint Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Allison Maginot. I'm Senior Director of Government Affairs for the Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today and to convey AHRI's strong support for LD 1940, which, as you've heard, will provide the HVAC-R industry with the certainty needed to comply with forthcoming federal and state regulations phasing down the use of HFCs. I think all of you are very familiar with the history behind this issue, but between the passage of the AIM Act at the federal level and the passage of Maine LD 226 during last year's legislative session, industry will soon be required to comply with federal and state regulations that phase down the production and consumption of HFCs and restrict their use in certain applications, such as commercial refrigeration, chillers, and stationary air conditioning. A passage of both Maine LD 226 and the federal AIM Act were both supported by AHRI, and these bills do represent a tremendous victory for both industry and the environmental community, who share a mutual goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from HFCs. From an economic standpoint, the transition's projected to create 33,000 new manufacturing jobs and sustain an additional 138,000 jobs between now and 2027. The phase down will also increase direct manufacturing output by $12.5 billion and total manufacturing output by $38.8 billion between now and 2027. From an environmental standpoint, and you'll also hear this from Alex from NRDC, but the federal transition will shrink US annual greenhouse gas emissions by an equivalent of around 2.4 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide over the next 15 years. The global warming potential of the new refrigerants is about 75% lower than the global warming potential of the HFC refrigerants used today. However, as you've heard, in order for the state to achieve both the economic and environmental benefits of the phase down, building codes across the country need to be updated to allow for the use of substitute refrigerants in chillers, air conditioning, and commercial refrigeration equipment. LD 1940 provides that update by clarifying that building codes in Maine cannot prohibit the use of a substitute refrigerant allowed by EPA. LD 1940 will allow Maine to maintain its climate leadership by joining a growing list of states that have enacted similar legislation or regulations, thereby ensuring the phase down of HFCs can happen in an orderly, efficient way and providing industry with the time they need to design, test, certify, start to produce and install this new equipment that complies with federal and state regulations, as well as state and local building codes. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify at this hearing. And a special thank you to our sponsor, Senator Timberlake, and to Representative Tucker, who's worked so closely with us on this issue over the past few years. AHRI looks forward to continuing to work with the Maine State Legislature to achieve these benefits of the phase down of HFCs. And my colleague, Helen Walter-Terranoni, and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Allison Magno this morning? All right, not seeing any, but thank you so much for joining us. And we will move on to Alex Hilbrand. Welcome, Alex.
Good morning. Thank you. Morning, Chair Brenner, Chair Tucker, members of the Joint Standing Committee. Nice to be with you here, although I am missing my annual ski week at Sugarloaf this week, so I am a little bit sad to be joining you so far away. I'm Alex Hilbrand with the Natural Resources Defense Council. NRDC is a national environmental organization. We've been working for over 3 decades to protect the ozone layer and climate from refrigerant gases and the harms that they can cause. NRDC is happy to support LD 1940, the bill authorizing use of safer, climate-friendlier refrigerants to hydrofluorocarbons in the state of Maine. HFCs, as you've heard, are super potent greenhouse gases and on the top of the list of things we have to get past if we are going to protect the climate. As noted, Maine got started in this transition with LD 226, and now federal law, the AIM Act, is propelling this transition nationwide. By 85% over 15 years, we will be reducing HFCs. That's a serious clip, and it's important for the state of Maine to join the ranks of all these other states we've discussed that are preparing to open their markets to safer alternatives. This transition is hugely beneficial from a greenhouse gas perspective. Allison mentioned a bit about it. By 2050, the equivalent benefits we're talking about here are the same as shutting off the whole country's power sector emissions for 3 years, which is really impressive. And this is also happening globally under the Montreal Protocol, and that will avoid 1/4 to 1/2 degree Celsius of warming by end of century. So this is a big deal. As AHRI has noted, every state, many municipalities have to update these building codes to get the safer alternatives into the market in chillers, air conditioning, heat pumps, commercial refrigeration equipment. And this does that in Maine by ensuring that the building code provides for these climate-friendlier alternatives, provided they've been approved by US EPA. US EPA evaluates alternatives based on the same underlying product safety and application safety standards as most all the model building codes in the US. It's really building on the same foundation of research and testing that ensures that these products are safe and it includes an evaluation of impacts on human health and the environment. I'll note that LD 1940 focuses on the building code and of course leaves intact the broad authority the Department of Environmental Protection has to regulate HFCs and HFC substitutes as it sees fit. And Representative Tucker's amendment, in our view, is a great improvement on the bill, and we're happy to support that. On behalf of NRDC, thank you again for your consideration of this and for the chance to speak in support today.
Representative Ziegler has a question for you.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Hillebrand, and thanks for coming before the committee. This is just a technical issue. Looking in, I don't see your written testimony, and for those of us who are having more of a faulty memory than they used to, it really would be helpful to have that because we read that later on. So if you could submit a written testimony, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Sorry about that. I will have that sent over right now.
If you have trouble using the portal, you can just send it to Dan and he can help us all receive a copy of it.
Wonderful. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Any additional questions? All right. I don't have anyone else signed up to testify in favor, but if you're in the attendee space and that was your intent today to testify in favor of 1940, if you could raise your hand. And we'll move on to Jeff Crawford from the DEP. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. I'm Jeffrey Crawford, Director of the Bureau of Air Quality at the Department of Environmental Protection, and I'm here this morning commenting neither for nor against LD 1940. On June 14, 2021, Governor Mills signed into law LD 226, an act to limit the use of hydrofluorocarbons to fight climate change. Maine Public Law, Chapter 192 of 2021, established limitations on the use of hydrofluorocarbon, or HFCs, in certain specific end-use categories in statute under Title 38. Some HFCs have been identified as powerful greenhouse gases and as such are the focus of a multi-state effort to restrict their use to help fight climate change. In addition to establishing statutory prohibitions, Chapter 192 directed the department to promulgate rules implementing these statutory requirements. The department initiated rulemaking on these requirements last October, and on December 16, 2021, the Board of Environmental Protection adopted the department's 06096 Code of Maine Regulations, Chapter 147, Hydrofluorocarbon Prohibitions Rule. This rule restricts the use of some HFCs in certain end-use categories as of the dates established in statute. The bill as printed is rather difficult to follow, but after a careful analysis, the department finds that it would not affect the HFC prohibitions established in Title 38 or our rules. The amendment proposed by Representative Tucker likewise would not impact Title 38 prohibitions, but would provide for the use of chemicals that replace prohibited HFCs under the Maine building codes. Thank you for the opportunity to submit these comments.
Thank you so much. Good to see you again.
Good seeing you.
Are there any questions for Jeff Crawford this morning from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, and is there anyone else in the attendee space here to speak neither for nor against or in opposition to the proposed legislation? Oh, there's one more hand up here. Patricia Rupert Nason. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here to represent the Maine Sierra Club, and I would say we support this legislation, despite as we got a little bogged down in, as was mentioned, it's a little hard to read this legislation, but we definitely support the effort to align Maine building codes with the efforts to regulate HFCs, and got bogged down in the question of whether regulation thereof by the DEP. Having had that issue clarified, I would say we're in support. Regulating HFCs, as everyone has said, is very important for the climate. As the mother of young children, I'm very concerned about the impact of climate on their lives. And so this is something that both the Sierra Club as a whole and I personally take very seriously. So yeah, I don't think I'm adding that much to the conversation, but the Sierra Club is also in support of these and would just ask that as you do any further amendments, please be mindful of continuing to not impact those HFC regulations that are already in place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions at all for Patricia Rupert-Nason from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the attendee space? Last call for folks that are here to speak regarding LD 1940, if you could raise your hand. All right, not seeing any. That will end our public hearing on LD 1940, and we will set a date for a work session in the coming days. Yes, Representative Hanley.
Yes, Senator. I don't know when the appropriate time to do this is, but I'd like to move right into work session. And I want to make a motion to that effect.
Second.
All right. All in favor of moving right into a work session? All right. I think we are now in a work session for LD 1940. Yes, Representative Tucker.
Madam Chairman, I move ought to pass on LD 1940 as amended by the amendment that I had our OPLA analyst draft, and which was posted a couple of days ago on our website. If that is seconded, I would then request that Mr. Tartikoff screen share the amendment and go through it.
Representative Hanley, can I assume your hand up is to offer a second?
I would like to second, yes. Great,
wonderful. All right. Dan, who I failed to introduce when we got started, and I also failed to introduce Marianne, my apologies. It was by no means a result of how much we appreciate your help in committee. So I'm going to turn to you, Dan, to walk us through Representative Tucker's amendment.
Sure, let me pull up a screen share. So this amendment was shared over the weekend, I think. I've sort of lost track of time, but it was shared in advance of today. The amendment replaces the bill, changes the title, and as Representative Tucker noted, it attempts to streamline the original proposal by removing references to the state HFC law enacted last session, as well as providing a new definition for acceptable refrigeration or air conditioning product or equipment. And that simply refers back to those safer alternatives that are listed by EPA as acceptable subject to use conditions or acceptable subject to narrowed use limits. And then it applies that that new definition within the two portions of the main Uniform Building and Energy Code sections that are amended in the original bill. It also strikes from the bill a technical section that reallocated the state HFC law to address the statutory conflict. It seemed appropriate to remove that in this amendment, and it's something the revisor's office will deal with at some point this session. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Dan from the committee? Any comments or conversation about the proposed motion on the floor? Yes, Representative Tucker.
I would like to compliment the OPLA analyst, Dan Tartikoff, for the thoughtful redrafting that he is primarily responsible for under my direction.
Any other comments? All right, I believe the committee is ready for a vote.
Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Representative Tucker, yes. Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Senator Bennett, yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney, yes. Representative Boyle.
Yes.
Representative Boyle, yes. Representative Toole. Representative Toole, absent. Representative Bloom.
Yes.
Representative Bloom, yes. Representative Hanley.
Yes.
Representative Hanley, yes. Representative O'Connor.
Yes.
Representative O'Connor, yes. Representative Gramlich. Representative Gramlich, absent. Representative Dudera.
Yes.
Representative Dudera, yes. Representative Bell.
Yes.
Representative Bell, yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler, yes. 11 members voting in favor of the motion, 2 members absent.
All right, thank you, everyone. And thank you, Senator Timberlake and Representative Tucker, for your efforts.
Thank you.
Together to pass this legislation. All right, and with that, we'll close our work session on LD 1940. And we're going to take a break until 10 o'clock, and we'll see you all back here at 10 to get started with our next set of work sessions. Yes, Dan.
Did you want to, it's fine if you want to take a break, but we also had that quick language review again on 1809.
Let's take that up right first thing when we come back.
Perfect.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Beth. Are we the only people alive?
Quite
Far you
sure.
are.
Yeah, I get up, I washed a sink full of dishes, I vacuumed the living room, I made another cup of tea, and here we are. It's not like we don't have a very busy day ahead of us.
I know it. Well,
Yeah.
okay. Well,
And
I just wanted to make sure that I had missed something somewhere.
Yeah, I do. We have multiple people that are ill at work today too, so I have to go in tonight and I have to be there by 4.
Yeah, you got to go. Hi,
Yeah.
Mary Ann, you're still with us. Good.
She's always with us.
I know it. You're muted, Mary Ann.
All the attendees are getting anxious. They're muting on me. There's no audio. What's going on?
Okay, well,
I said,
I'll
we're
just stand
running
by
a
and
little
listen.
late.
Yes, but I
Okay.
can do the whole thing. We're really good like
That's
that.
okay.
Yeah.
I could easily do this.
Yeah, I can give my votes probably right now.
Okay.
You're muted, Jeff.
All right. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the delay. I need to. Marianne, if you could send Representative Ziegler the link for our committee meeting currently, that would be appreciated, if you don't mind. All right.
Looks like he's in.
All right. All right. You made it, Representative Ziegler. Okay. Okay. So Marianne, he's here. I think you don't have to send that.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so welcome back, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start a work session on LD 1639, which for everyone's recollection is Ann Carney's bill related to waste at Juniper Ridge landfill. Ann, are you with us? I'll give her a minute. So we have had so far on this bill 2 work sessions. We met once to talk about it and heard from the folks from Resource and the folks from Casella. We've heard from advocates related to this bill. We've heard from the Department of Environmental Protection as it relates to this bill. So Ann, I'm going to pass it over to you to begin our conversation on LD 1639. Senator Carney, excuse me.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. I'm going to start with the...
You're muted, Senator.
Am I still muted? Okay. Thank you. I want to start...
You're still muted.
I can hear her.
Yeah, she's not muted on my end.
We can hear her, Senator.
I can hear her.
All right, I'm going to talk. Can everybody hear me now?
I can't hear you. Oh.
Senator Brenner, is it working now?
Oh, you know what? That was my problem. I didn't have the volume turned up. I apologize. I could hear myself, but I couldn't hear you. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Good morning, everyone. I want to start just with a remark that's sort of a very big picture view of LD 1639. I think what we've heard from some of the opponents of the legislation is that, you know, there's this regional system for how we handle waste in northern New England. And the reality is that, you know, people call this legislation the close the Juniper Ridge loophole. There's really 2 loopholes that we're closing with this legislation. Massachusetts acted to ban the landfilling of construction demolition debris. They've got a very significant program that gives resources to facilities that process this type of construction demolition debris. And I think it won't surprise anyone that the goals of the program in Massachusetts are actually similar to the goals in Maine, to channel this construction and demolition debris to be recycled, to be reused, and to be sent into other streams where it can go to some beneficial use, with landfilling being the last resort. And I think that's familiar to all of us because we all know that Maine has almost identical solid waste hierarchy that we are trying to promote and establish in Maine, and particularly with regard to the Juniper Ridge landfill. And so this legislation will help regionally create this system where, instead of landfilling construction demolition debris with all of the consequences that has, you know, including leachate that's contaminated and not properly processed, the creation of greenhouse gases through the decomposition of drywall, you know, where you can work regionally to avoid all of those harmful effects and to act in in unison in order to promote the reuse of materials, recycling, and reduction of landfill, because Maine and Massachusetts and every state in northern New England, we want to save the landfill capacity because we know that's the worst thing to do with solid waste. And we want to make sure that we have the capacity, that we limit our use so that we don't have to create more landfills. And so turning from that very big picture understanding of the bill, I'm going to walk through the amendment. And this is the amendment. I think you all have it available, that was distributed on January 21 in advance of our January 24 work session. The objective of the bill was, for the most part, to simply streamline and clarify the language. I worked with the DEP and with our committee analyst and with others to try to make sure that the mechanism for limiting out-of-state waste proposed in the amendment was implementable, that it could be easily understood by those who had to enforce it, like the DEP, and also by all of the businesses that were involved in and impacted by the legislation. And so if you look at the second page of the amendment, you'll see that all of the language that reduces the stream of waste that originates out of state coming into Juniper Ridge, that it's much consolidated. It unifies the way all three paragraphs that are implicated, unifies the way they're treated. And it simply says that the total weight of the residue that is disposed of or otherwise placed in a solid waste landfill in any calendar year essentially can't exceed the weight of solid waste initially generated in the state. These businesses and the DEP regulations and all of the annual reports that are filed related to what happens to solid waste in Maine, I know you all know this, are all done by weight. And so this just uses that quantifier that is already very commonly in use and says that you can't put into Juniper Ridge residue that weighs more than the residue that you have from in-state waste. If you turn kind of toward the bottom of the second page, this is section 2 of the amendment. Currently, there is one facility in Maine that has a statutory exception from the recycling rates that are required of other facilities. The way that this has been treated in the recent legislative past is that 2 steps have been created to begin to bring that one facility into line with what all of the other facilities in Maine are responsible for with regard to percentage of recycling. And the amendment just simply continues those steps at the same rate so that that facility will be in compliance, just like every other facility, by January 1, 2026. The third change is in section 5 of the bill, and that incorporates an environmental justice component into this legislation, into the public benefit analysis for permitting related to landfills. And it uses the same definition of environmental justice that the Department of Environmental Protection, actually the Board of Environmental Protection, has already adopted in, I believe it's chapter 400. And then section 6 is new, and that is unallocated language that requires the Department of Administrative and Financial Services to evaluate options for renegotiating the operating services agreement between the state and Casella with regard to the state-owned landfill. And then it has a report back to this committee in January of next year on the feedback related recommendations for legislative action necessary to ensure that the existing capacity of our state-owned landfill is prioritized for management of waste initially generated within the state. I think I'll stop there and ask for questions either related to policy or related to the specific language of the amendment. I want to thank you all for your attention this morning.
Does the committee have any questions or comments for Senator Carney related to the amendment? Yes, Representative O'Connor.
Yes, thank you. So the information, I've been trying to get this on a few items, not just this facility, but how much of the debris, the waste product is coming in from out of state, specifically Massachusetts with their laws that, prohibit this? Does anyone have that number?
I do have that number. So I calculated it a little different. So we get 90% of the waste that comes into the processing facility in Lewiston and then goes to Juniper Ridge. 90% of that originates from out of state. Most of it is from Massachusetts. There is some amount of it that also comes from New Hampshire. So 10% from Maine.
Thank you, Senator. If I may, could I just follow up?
Of course.
Thank you. So I understand that this legislation, the way that it's written, it really bothers me that we seem to be taking the waste from multiple other states for many different products, this included. But I'm also really concerned because it seems that the way this legislation is penned, it could possibly shut down the Lewiston facility, which I'm not sure how many jobs that impacts. Have you spoken to anybody about that, Senator Carney?
I have actually, Representative O'Connor, and thank you for that question. So I actually visited the facility in Lewiston. Most of their workers, who are the pickers who stand along the conveyor belts of construction demolition debris that go through the facility, most of those are hired through a temporary agency. And I think we all know that there is kind of what I would say a historic worker shortage in Maine. And my assumption is that given the fact that there are so few workers for the jobs in our economy, that those temporary workers would be able to find other jobs. I also think that, and this is my hope for one of the beneficial impacts of this legislation, is that right now we have construction demolition debris in Maine that is not being recycled. And if we could replace the CDD that we're importing from other states with Maine-based construction demolition debris, we would limit the deposit of Maine construction demolition debris in other landfills, not our state-owned landfills, but other landfills. And so it would be kind of a win-win, because we would not only be filling up our landfill at an alarming rate, but we would be creating capacity at the facility in Lewiston to process Maine construction demolition debris and to pull out of it anything that's recyclable or reusable. I think that these are really well-run businesses. I think that they can be aligned with Maine's hierarchy. And I also think that there's a lot of opportunity for significant public benefit with regard to increased recycling of Maine construction and demolition debris.
Thank you, Senator, for your answer.
I would entertain a motion if yes, Representative Tucker. You're muted, Representative.
I would like to move it at this time that LD 1639 be adopted and as amended by Senator Carney's amendment, which she has just gone through. Thank you.
Representative O'Connor, is your hand up for a second? Oh, no. Okay. Is there a second?
Second it.
Representative Gramlich, thank you. All right. Further discussion? Yes, Representative O'Connor. You're muted, Representative.
Sorry about that. So I guess I wasn't done yet. So I still have some concerns about this. My understanding it was there was contracts that were written for Lewiston. They're still in the process of that, and that this will actually dismantle contract law if we pass this as it's written. At this point, I really don't have any other solutions. I have been very concerned with out-of-state waste. This seems to address it somewhat. However, again, I'm very concerned with the contract law and the things that are taking place. And I don't think that it's prudent to pull the rug out under, and I'm not sure how quick this facility can bring themselves into line with what is happening. And although the individuals that are working may be temp, they are still working, and it still creates a problem in the future that we might not have the capacity to address at this moment. Those are just some of my concerns. Thank you.
Representative O'Connor, just to clarify, are you talking about contracts between the city of Lewiston and the recycling facility that's located in Lewiston, or the recycling facility and Casella?
Both.
Okay. Any additional comments, questions, concerns from the committee? Yes, Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Yeah, I'm not going to support this legislation. For the contract law issue, I find that very uncomfortable that these people have made quite an investment, and 18 months ago they were given an assurance of how the state would behave towards them, and now they're changing the rules, moving the goalposts. And of course, there's the possibility of 40 plus jobs disappearing. Well, it's 40 families that whose lives will be dramatically affected. And I know there's other ways probably to attack this, but I don't like this particular method, so I'm not going to support it. But that's, the chips fall where they do.
Yes, Representative Boyle.
I just wanted to say briefly that the last time I was on this committee 7-8 years ago, all of the same comments were heard, almost identical. I don't have my notes from then, but I have my memory. And it was almost Groundhog Day. Essentially, we're not ready. People don't like out-of-state waste, but we're not ready to handle it. There's contract issues. I think there's been some movement since that time. Sounds like 18 months ago, there were some changes that were probably beneficial, but it would be unfortunate, I think, to push off this issue another 8 years or longer when now's the time to act.
Representative Bloom.
I guess my question is about what are the contract issues, and aren't there always some kind of contract issues when laws change? And how is it possible for us to deal with this in this bill, or how is it dealt with? I don't know the answer to that question, and I don't know if we're supposed to have to deal with that question.
Representative Dudera.
I think perhaps Senator Carney was going to answer Representative Bloom's question, so I can wait.
Okay, Senator Carney.
Thank you. It actually responds to Representative Bloom, Representative Hanley, and Representative O'Connor, is that we did ask and probe, particularly Senator Bennett, probed to try to find out more about the relationship, and no information was forthcoming on that. And so we don't really have that information. It's not public. It's not public document. They aren't public documents that could be requested. And so that information isn't available to us.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you very much. So Senator Carney, I just wanted to kind of recap with your amendment, and thank you for all the work that you've done on that. Well, it seems like we'll actually be closing 2 loopholes that are evident right now. creating maybe a better regional approach than what we were doing? And is it true that this will create a more level playing field for handlers of this type of waste?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it will reinforce the approach that Massachusetts is taking with regard to construction demolition debris, so that our weaker laws can't be used as a way of circumventing the law. And then, of course, all of the resources that Massachusetts is providing its producers and processors of construction demolition debris. And then I forget the second part of your question, Representative. I'm sorry. What was the second point?
More level playing field for handlers.
Yes, it accounts for the concerns raised by the Lewiston facility, in that the original proposal immediately brought Lewiston up to the same recycling requirements as every other processor in Maine. And this kind of gives them another 4 years to catch up to the requirements that every other processor is subject to here in Maine.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you. Earlier, there was a statement by Senator Carey, and it's about putting sheetrock into a landfill, and because the issue is that it creates quite a bit of greenhouse gases. And just out of curiosity, is there a recycling possibility for sheetrock? What else would you do with it other than it doesn't burn naturally? What else would you do with it except put it in landfill? Is there a recycling capacity for it?
Senator Carney.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Representative Hanley. I think the point with regard to the drywall is twofold. The more drywall you put into a landfill, the more greenhouse gases are produced. And so here, if we accepted less construction and demolition debris from Massachusetts, our state-owned landfill would produce less volume of greenhouse gas. And then the other, I guess there are two other components. A lot of that is being used as the alternative daily cover. And so that particular use of the drywall is more susceptible to producing the greenhouse gases. And then finally, because that is used as alternative daily cover instead of a non-porous surface like a tarp or some other product, it absorbs more water, and both that accelerates the production of greenhouse gas. And in addition, it causes the creation of more leachate. So we would have less potentially contaminated leachate if we had a porous covering as opposed to the ground up construction demolition debris.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thanks for that answer. But I mean, my kind of a overreaching, just overall question is the question of recycling sheetrock. You mentioned it, but is there a possibility? And I mean, greenhouse gases, even if we're concerned about them, they're created wherever they are. I mean, so even if you keep all of the sheetrock in Massachusetts, the greenhouse gases from that sheetrock still go into the air that come up to Maine. So I mean, are we just playing whack-a-mole here with this type of thinking? And again, I don't expect a technical answer, but it was just when a statement is made about the damage that something that's going to be in a landfill does, but there's no possibility of recycling that product. And I don't believe there is. I don't think there's any way to take a sheetrock and reuse it. But again, just an observation. I had a question in my mind. I don't expect a technical answer.
I have a couple of clarifying remarks.
Can I give a non-technical answer first, please? Sure. I just know, Representative Hanley, I understand your concern, and I would just say that, you know, Massachusetts does have a pretty comprehensive framework for limiting construction demolition debris going into landfills, and they do have resources, and I can send you an email with the list of resources that are available to producers of construction demolition debris in Massachusetts, and that might have a more technical answer that I certainly can't give you today. But thanks for the question.
Okay. Any additional comments? Yes, Representative O'Connor. You're muted, Representative.
So sorry. Listening to what was just said, it seems to me if Massachusetts has more of a comprehensive plan, why is it that they're not keeping their own waste, using their comprehensive plan instead of shipping it up to us? That it would seem like their construction debris would be their problem and not our problem. I don't know if this is a matter of money, keeping the Lewiston facility open, but it seems to me that although I know the Lewiston facility has been working on this, they've been working on it for quite a few years, and the time has seemed to come that they should have better solutions. I'm not sure because I'm not an expert on this, but it seems to me that Massachusetts is creating a lot of our problem right now, and maybe they should be dealing with their own waste instead of shipping it to us. Is that a possibility?
Well, I'll respond if that's okay, Senator Carney. So after visiting Resource and Juniper Ridge landfill, one of the things that became clear was that waste takes the path of least resistance as it relates to the cost of disposal. So the way we've set our laws up in Maine to manage an operation like the one in Lewiston, and then the ability to dispose of the product at Juniper Ridge is the least expensive option for Massachusetts relative to all of their options of disposing of their waste in their own state or shipping it out on a tractor trailer truck or a train car to another place to be landfilled. So it's about the path of least resistance financially. So if you increase the recycling rate at the Lewiston facility, that's one way to make it perhaps less likely that Massachusetts wants to send its waste to Maine, and perhaps Resource would then be processing more in-state waste. Yes, Representative O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Senator. That was actually one of my suggestions would be, why can't we raise the rates on Massachusetts so that we can actually deal with this issue properly?
So we would be with this bill because it would be an indirect way to raise the rates on Massachusetts.
Thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Representative O'Connor has it just right. Massachusetts has repeatedly, I'm not going to say they willfully do this, but they're engaging in environmental colonialism, in my view, on this and a host of other actions. And we've let them. We bought the Juniper Ridge landfill specifically for the purpose of making sure that Maine waste had a place to go. And yet we then carved into law exceptions so that legally the material coming from the Lewiston facility is no longer legally Maine, Massachusetts out-of-state waste, because there's a value-adding component to the work they do, in other words, grinding it up before they send it to Juniper Ridge. It then becomes Maine waste. And I think it's a legalism without, but as a practical matter, it's kind of a fraud. We are actually having limitations on Juniper Ridge's capacity. And instead of maintaining that capacity for Maine people and Maine waste here, which is the purpose of the landfill, we've allowed this loophole to use that limited capacity in order to do exactly what we didn't want to do, which is allow out-of-state waste to come into Maine, and not only into Maine, but into our own state-owned landfill. Senator Carney was 100% correct. I asked some pretty open, direct questions about the management of this state-owned facility by Casella. I looked for information. I asked Mr. Tartikoff to reach out to Casella. They denied giving that information. And, they've got a relationship to manage this facility until like 2038, I think, 30-year contract. And, shame on us for not demanding in that contract better information so that we can better serve the people of Maine, but we haven't done that. We also then carved out this loophole where this particular facility is granted special amounts of recycling, less than any other facility in Maine. And, I think this bill, the amendment actually corrects that problem, and it does it in a methodical, responsible way by ramping up the amount of recycled material required of the reuse facility in Lewiston over a period of time, not as the original bill, which was shock, but this is a gradual escalation. And so I think that this is actually restorative to the original purpose of what we did with Juniper Ridge, why we acquired it. And I think it makes a lot of sense. There's going to be some friction making the change. There always is, but we're doing what the people asked us to do when we acquired Juniper Ridge, and we're serving Maine people first. And that is critical here with this facility. So I expect to be voting for the amendment. Thank you.
All right, any further conversation from the committee? I believe we have a motion on the floor with a second, and if there isn't any further discussion, we're ready for a vote.
Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Representative Tucker.
Aye.
Representative Tucker, yes. Senator Bennett.
Yay.
Senator Bennett, yay. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney, yes. Representative Boyle.
Yes.
Representative Boyle, yes. Representative Toole. Representative Toole, absent. Representative Bloom.
Yes.
Representative Bloom, yes. Representative Hanley.
Nay.
Representative Hanley, nay. Representative O'Connor.
Yes.
Representative O'Connor, yes. Representative Gramlich.
Yes.
Representative Gramlich, yes. Representative Dudera.
We.
Representative Dudera, we. Representative Bell.
Yes.
Representative Bell, yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler, yes. 11 members voting in favor of the motion, 1 member not, and 1 member absent. Representative Hanley, would your recommendation be ought not to pass?
Yes, that'll be fine.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. And with that, we'll close the work session on LD 1639, and we'll open a work session on LD 1875. Representative Ziegler is the sponsor for 1875. Representative, would you like to launch our discussion this morning?
Yes, good morning. I would like to make a motion, or excuse me, I would like to move that we pass 1875 as amended, the latest amendment that I put in. And I would like Dan to go over that amendment because he's far more articulate than I. And this amendment has come out of conversations over the last week. And we're moving to, as you'll see within the amendment, we're moving to a study. And I, like Representative Hanley, do not like studies that go nowhere. And studies often look for a problem. We know what the problem is. This study is to fix it. So I'd also like to hear from, representative of the Penobscot tribe, and also the department, the DAF, can never remember, Administrative and Finance, it's Department of Administrative and Finances. If they could also talk to this amendment, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Is there a second? Senator Bennett. Thank you both. And Dan, I will pass it on to you for a review of the amendment.
Sure. So this was sent out yesterday. The amendment replaces the bill with a resolve that directs DAFS, the Bureau of General Services, which is the entity that currently is the state side of the management, or I guess the ownership of the Juniper Ridge landfill. This directs BGS to conduct a study of methods of treating leachate at, we'll just say JRL, to reduce the concentration of PFAS in the leachate. The study has to include consideration of treatment technologies that are available or under development to accomplish that PFAS reduction, either on site at the landfill or off site at a treatment facility. The treatment must be to no more than the interim drinking water standard established under the resolve from last year that we discussed at the last work session. That is a 20 part per trillion concentration standard. There's also a language here included that would allow for a different standard to be imposed if it's determined during the study that the treatment technology can't meet that standard. DEP would provide some input there. The second part of the study is to evaluate a time frame for and costs to the JRL operator Casella of developing the capacity and facilities to treat the leachate for PFAS either on site or by transporting it to an off-site facility. The Bureau is directed to seek input from interested parties that are directly affected by the current discharge of wastewater containing leachate collected at JRL, and as necessary, consult with DEP and Casella. And BGS is also authorized as necessary to contract for individuals with expertise in landfill or wastewater treatment facility engineering and design, wastewater leachate treatment technologies, or other relevant backgrounds or experience. On or before January 15, 2023, the Bureau is directed to submit to this committee a report containing findings and recommendations, including any suggested legislation, and the committee may report out legislation to implement those recommendations. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Dan. Any initial questions for Dan related to the amendment? I'd love to bring over Brian Longfellow from DAFS. Welcome. Hi there, welcome.
Good morning, Senator.
Can you walk us through a little bit how this will work on your end?
Sure. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee, my name is Bill Longfellow. I serve as the Director of the Bureau of General Services for Department of Administrative and Financial Services. And Representative Ziegler, that is a mouthful. So that is not as easy as it sounds. In order to, if this passes, what we would do is issue either an RFP, RFQ, or work within the procurement parameters for the state of Maine and identify a technically an organization, engineering company, someone that has the technical capabilities to do this study, to evaluate treatment technologies, to look at the feasibility and reasonable time frame for implementing those technologies. So we would, go through that process, receive their report, and then put it out for comment is my initial view of how we would accomplish this.
Are there any questions for Bill Longfellow? Yes, Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and that is a mouthful. That's never an easy label. Would this legislation be helped by having an emergency preamble to allow you to go to work more quickly on the financial end of it?
I believe if this report is due as written in early January, we will need all the time we can get to get this done.
Good, thank you. That answered my only question.
Representative Tucker.
Does your department have anything to do with the Dolby landfill?
Yes, we also manage and administer Dolby.
Is there any chance that the study could be expanded to cover any PFAS issues that may arise in connection with Dolby?
Representative Tucker, I think that's quite possible. I think whatever recommendations the study comes up with could be applied at Dolby. It's right now the leachate from Dolby is piped to the East Millinocket wastewater treatment plant. So I think there are many similarities that could be applied for treating the leachate from Dolby.
So if we added a little bit of language to this study that would say to study not only the leachate at JRL, but the leachate at Dolby, would that be something manageable?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for, yes, Representative O'Connor?
Thank you. Thank you for the information. Referring to Representative Hamley's putting on a preamble, an emergency preamble. I also was wondering, I think that would enable this
You're
bill
visible.
to
Back up. There you go. I just did.
So my question is, besides the emergency preamble, I would also think that I can see the first report is due in January of 2023, which is, I understand the works that is involved, but if we could add into this a preliminary report just on anything that has transpired that we know this is moving in the right direction before closure or before we close on supposedly April 21st of this year, so that we do know if there's more that we could do. Would that be an impossibility? Because I think that we really need to directly understand what we're dealing with as soon as possible. Thank you.
Do you have a thought on that, Mr. Longfellow?
Sure. If I understand the question or comment correctly, would we be able to report before you leave, before the session closes, on progress to date? And yes, certainly we could communicate with the committee on what steps we've taken and where we are at in the process.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Longfellow? I'm gonna have you just hang in the wings in case something else comes up as we're talking. I suspect that folks might have some questions for the representative from the tribal community. I'm gonna bring Dan Kuznieras over. Welcome again, and thank you for joining us again this morning. The committee, I understand, might have some questions for Mr. Kuznieras about how this proposed amendment might relate to the work that he does. Yes, Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Kuznos, for being here. I would like to hear, I know that you weighed in and the tribes had weighed in quite heavily on this legislation when we had our public hearing. And certainly now that we're looking at this in an amended version in terms of a study, and I think folks know for the record, I'm never a fan of studies because I do agree with Representative Ziegler. Quite often they sit on shelves and collect dust. And so I'm really curious to have a keener understanding of the implications of this amended version of the legislation and the impact that this may or may not have on the tribes.
Representative Gramlich, thank you for the opportunity to speak. So, you know, we are really challenged on this. I mean, this is something that is a major issue for the Penobscot citizens. And we think that, you know, the data show that PFAS is in the leachate. There's technology available to get rid of that, as we've heard in the past work session. But we have a lot of concerns over a study. You know, to me, a study just means you're kind of kicking things down the road. Understand the need to have all the right information to know what's the most cost-effective and best technology available in order to address the issue at hand. But we have, you know, we think that if we're going to do a study, that there needs to be some assurances, you know, solid assurances that we're not just going to have a report and nothing ever happens with it. That something there needs to be action to make sure that this stuff stops getting put into the river. And we feel like, you know, should be taking that information that comes from that study. And, you know, frankly, I think if we just stuck with the original bill, you know, had a date, I think it was 2025. And my assumption would be that people would evaluate that, do some sort of a study beforehand to decide what the best technology is. So I think, you know, having a study makes sense, but the part that I'm concerned with and the tribe's concerned with is what happens at the end of it. You know, what assurances can be put in place to make sure that the results of that study don't just say, oh, sorry, nothing can be done, or, you know, we'll have to wait a few more years. Like we really want to make sure that something gets done and this stuff gets treated. And I'm a biologist, you know, I'm an aquatic biologist. That's my training. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have the skill set that you folks all have with regard to the legislative process. So, you know, I speak from the heart of the Penobscot people with regard to, you know, what the end goal is here, that we want to see this dealt with and hope that there'll be assurances that that will happen. I also know that there's a couple of other provisions that some of the discussions that we had been having with the department and Bureau of General Services was also about Dolby. You know, Dolby is a state-owned landfill. It discharges into the Penobscot watershed and enters Penobscot Nation Reservation waters. So we're definitely concerned with that place. We'd love to see this included. And secondly, there was discussions about some sort of an amendment that would also include testing of wastewater treatment plants. You know, that's really important, valuable information. It's a little separate than the leachate specifically, but sounds like it's information that the department would like to see moving forward. So I guess that's about it. I just really, whatever the end result is, we just want assurances that it's not going to be a study sitting on a shelf someplace, that actions take place and take place quickly to make sure that the most cost effective and the best technology is used to deal with this. Thank you.
If I may. Thank you. So if I'm understanding and what I heard correctly, and you'll tell me if I didn't, would Is it the position of the tribes that you'd have a greater level of comfort if there was more specificity around the amended language relative to a report back to the Committee of Jurisdiction with some specified dates and the possibility of reporting a bill out based on the information received from the study?
Yes, yes. I mean, again, I'm a biologist. I don't understand how all the legislative process works that way with, what you can require and commit to future legislation, legislative sessions. But, whatever can be done to be specific and ensure that things will happen, that the end result is not just a study, but that the results of that study get implemented.
Thank you, sir. I agree. I believe that we need to take bold action. We are well aware of the toxic implications of this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, good morning, Dan. Nice to see you here. Two of the issues you raised were, one is about Dolby, and I assume you heard that DAF is going to include that in this. So that.
Yes, I'm very happy to hear that.
Okay,
yeah.
So that's been answered. And the other one is about the testing, and that will be in the bill LD 1911. So do you feel comfortable with that fact? So those two issues have been taken care of. In regards to making sure that this is implemented, we want to keep the Penobscot tribe very aware of what's going on. And yes, we need to move on it, and we need to be specific that we will not just end up in a dead study. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Tucker. You're muted, Representative.
Representative Ziegler, just to clarify the parliamentary situation that we're in right now, you have a motion. It should pass as amended. Do you wish to add to your amendment the two items? Number one, an emergency preamble, and number two, that this cover Dolby as well, and make that part of your motion.
May I answer that, Senator?
Yes, Representative Ziegler, go right ahead.
Yes, Representative Tucker, I would like to add the emergency preamble and also the issue around the study for the Dolby facility.
Senator Bennett, you were the second on this one. Do you want to second the addition of the?
I would treat those amendments as friendly to my second.
Representative O'Connor.
Yes, thank you. Would it also be possible to have a preliminary report before we close this session in April, so we actually have somewhat of a grip? Rep. Ziegler?
Are you asking to have that added in as an additional component?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Ziegler?
Could I refer to Mr. Longfellow in that, because they will be dealing with this? Do you think that's possible?
I don't think we will have recommendations at that point. I believe we'll have started the study or gotten it underway, but I doubt very much we would have any recommendations at that point.
So could I, Senator, may I ask then
Yes.
Representative O'Connor if she would be fine with a report out saying the direction that they're going, but obviously they're not going to have all the answers at that point. How would you like to clarify that, Representative?
Yes, so I understand that they won't have answers at all, but for the tribes and for other individuals who are really concerned with this, it shows them that some progress has been made. They can see where we're going, how we're going to get there before a final report is done. So it gives people a little bit more comfort knowing that, yes, this is being worked on. It's not going to be a dusty old report on a shelf. And so it's just, it gives a little bit more confidence that that we'll be working and trying to find solutions. Thank you.
Dan, I see your hand up, so I just want to check and see if you have a clarifying question here.
Right. So it sounded like what Mr. Longfellow was talking about was the need to contract for this study, which I assume means there will be a fiscal note on this, which also I presume means this will go to the appropriations table and be dealt with just prior to adjournment. So it seems pretty unlikely that this would be enacted unless a number of hoops are jumped through much prior to adjournment, making it fairly challenging, I think, for DAS to provide a report back. And perhaps an approach is ask an informal report back rather than including it in the actual legislation, or alternatively, I think Representative O'Connor had suggested a preliminary report back prior to cloture in the fall for the new legislature. I just wanted to raise that timing issue.
Representative O'Connor, would a report back before cloture be amenable to you so that we can account for the time it will take to bring the contractor in?
So before cloture would be fine. My initial concern was showing individuals that we are working on this. We don't have all the progress, but we're working in the right direction, and it keeps people involved the more that this happens.
Representative Boyle, we haven't heard from you yet this morning.
Thank you. I was going to kind of say something along the lines of what Dan said, and just in requesting, rather than putting in legislation that the department tell us something by the end of April, 10 or 11 weeks from now, that we either verbally or in a written letter ask them to do that. And when you say cloture, I assume you mean next fall, like next December is when cloture is not. So that's not getting us anything in April, which is part of what I think Representative O'Connor was looking for. Number one. Number two, as an environmental scientist, I am a big fan of studies. I don't think we can blame the studies or the shelves. I think we blame ourselves as legislators if we don't pick those studies back up and do something with them. So the studies are important. We need information. That's what we've requested DAFs to do. Don't blame the studies or the shelves. We as legislators and our citizens have to keep the, feed to the fire that we pick that information back up and do something with it. And certainly with respect to PFAS coming out of landfills, I feel pretty strongly that citizens and ourselves are going to be doing something with those studies and making things happen as soon as possible.
Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. I just echo both Representative O'Connor and Representative Boyle in terms of, having a study that we actually do something with. And I agree, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we are following through with the information that we receive, which is why I support having report backs to this committee in whatever time frame seems that we deem appropriate for the folks to do their work.
Representative O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So it wasn't cloture that I was actually looking for. It was before the end. I know that it is a very short period of time. However, and a letter would be fine, but it would just to say, if we pass this with an emergency preamble, that, okay, we are working on this. This is what we have up to date. And it doesn't have to be anything, anything really intense, or the solutions don't have to be there. It just has to show that there is a plan, and that plan how things are progressing, just so that we can all see how they are progressing, and the individuals who are concerned with this also see that before we close out and go away for the summer. And that way it would also give individuals more information, so that if we did have to report out some type of legislation that for the new legislature, they would be able to deal with that as well. And I'm amicable for any way that we can get the information out there and begin working on this, because it is one of the most important issues that we face right now in this state. Thank you, Senator.
So I just want to offer one clarifying point. Section 2 of the amendment does include a report back to the committee with the ability to report out a bill. The report back is due January 15th of 2023, and it'll come to our committee. Whether we'll be sitting here together collectively is uncertain, but so that part is that provision is in there currently. Representative Tucker.
I agree with Representative Boyle that there's no need to change the statute or the resolve that we're drafting now. We don't have to put in anything there about an informal report from DAF, which they can submit us a letter to tell us what preparations they're making, rather than put on DAF the responsibility of making a report before they know anything. I think the responsibility is on we legislators to make sure that at the end of this session that this study is funded. And that's the critical thing. That's what we should be focusing on, not on whether or not we get a little report, a preliminary report that doesn't really say much. They won't be able to tell us. This is an engineering study. It has to do with actually looking at the nuts and bolts of how a certain project can be done. Thank you.
Mr. Longfellow.
Yes, thank you. A back of the envelope estimate for this study, we've placed it between $50,000 and $75,000. And upon discussions here at BGS, we believe that we can bear the cost of that study. I know Mr. Tartikoff mentioned a fiscal note, and we believe we can bear the cost of the study that is being proposed using existing resources, and a fiscal note would not be necessary. We recognize that the legislature has been very generous in providing the resources necessary for the Bureau to do its work, and we feel this study can be covered by those existing resources.
Thank you for that. Representative Dudera.
Yes, as somebody who is searching for funding for a bill from last year, that is wonderful news. And thank you so much for that. It's very generous, Mr. Longfellow, and we appreciate it.
Any other conversation, questions for our guests? I believe we are ready for a vote.
Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Senator Bennett, yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney, yes. Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Representative Tucker, yes. Representative Boyle.
Yes.
Representative Boyle, yes. Representative Toole.
Yes.
Representative Toole, yes. Representative Bloom.
Yes.
Representative Bloom, yes. Representative Hanley.
Yes.
Representative Hanley, yes. Representative O'Connor.
Yes.
Representative O'Connor, yes. Representative Gramlich.
Yes.
Representative Gramlich, yes. Representative Dodera.
Yes.
Representative Dodera, yes. Representative Bell.
Yes.
Representative Bell, yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler, yes.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for that work. Thank you, Mr. Kuzniaras and Mr. Longfellow, for joining us.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, and with that, we're going to close work session on 1875 and open up a work session on 1911. The amendment was sent out to folks. Dan, if you could start us off by walking through the amendment on screen. There have been a handful of changes.
Sure. So this this amendment from Senator Brenner would replace the bill, and I will go through it piece by piece. The first part of it is it will make the bill an emergency. This was the first section of the bill was alluded to in the last work session. It would authorize the department to require a licensed wastewater discharger to sample their discharge effluent for PFAS as directed by the department. The second and third sections of the amendment would repeal a provision in existing law that allows a homeowner to have a septage pumper dispose of septage on the property of the homeowners, where the homeowner's residence is. This would repeal that authorization as well as a related municipal enforcement provision. The fourth section of the amendment is something that was described conceptually at the last work session. There are a couple portions to it. The first portion is a prohibition on the application to or spreading on any land in the state of sludge generated from a municipal, commercial, or industrial wastewater treatment plant. Any compost material that included in its production, sludge or septage, or any other product or material that's intended for use as a fertilizer, soil amendment, topsoil replacement, mulch, or for other similar agricultural purpose derived from or containing sludge or septage. The second part of the prohibition here is a prohibition on the sale or distribution in the state of that compost material with sludge and septage that I just described, or the other products, agricultural products or materials that I described in the prior prohibition as well. The third part of the prohibition is a prohibition on the sale, distribution, or use in the state of agricultural crops or other vegetative material for an agricultural purpose, if those crops or material were grown at a location in the state where septage is licensed or permitted to be applied or spread. There is an exception here to these prohibitions to note that any of these materials can still be disposed of or placed at a solid waste landfill. The fifth section of the amendment repeals and replaces the fee provision that was enacted last session in LD 1600. This is in LD 1600, it was termed a waste handling fee on sludge and septage, with DEP to adopt rules via rulemaking for how that fee would be imposed. And the fee is used to fund a contaminant management program. This changes the fee to set out the provisions in statute and clarify that the $10 per ton fee is imposed on all sludge or septage disposed of at a commercial, municipal, state-owned, or regional association landfill, and that the fee must be paid and collected and remitted to the department in the same way that other waste handling fees are done. The sixth section of the amendment simply makes some changes to the rulemaking authority under that LD 1600 law. The seventh section here repeals a paragraph in the enacted version of LD 1600 that prohibited a person licensed or permitted to apply sludge or septage from surrendering that license or permit unless they had submitted to a DEP evaluation under that program. This was struck at DEP's recommendation, as they believe, and they can speak to this more, they believe there may be a basis for allowing for those licenses to be surrendered, and that will not impact the overall program that they've been implementing. The eighth section of the amendment is an unallocated section. The first portion of it authorizes the DEP to essentially prohibit a person licensed or permitted by them to apply or spread septage in the state at a location, to make a determination that pursuant to testing they conducted in accordance with LD 1600, there was a determination that the concentration of PFAS in groundwater at that spreading location or in nearby drinking water sources exceeds the applicable drinking water standard for PFAS under the resolve passed by HHS last session. And that was the 20 parts per trillion standard. So under this, if someone is licensed to spread septage at a location, if it's determined that the PFAS at that location has contaminated groundwater or drinking water nearby in excess of that 20 part per trillion concentration, they would be prohibited from any additional application or spreading of septage. The second portion here is a prohibition on DEP issuing any new licenses or permits for septage application or spreading in the state. The final section of the amendment is a directive to DEP to study methods of and develop a plan for prohibiting the land application of septage in the state. It includes a number of details here about that study, but it does require that on or before January 15th of next year, the department shall submit to this committee a report containing its findings and recommendations, and the committee has authorization to report out implementing legislation. I'll stop my share there and answer any questions anyone has.
Representative Toole, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess my first question on the first section would be, would this trigger a mandate on municipalities?
Do you mean generally speaking, Representative Toole, or in terms of the requirement to test discharge effluent?
Yes, the latter, the first section.
That I'm not sure about. Not all entities that are licensed to discharge wastewater by DEP are municipal dischargers. So I think there's multiple categories of entities that could be subject to this sampling. As a member of the State and Local Government Committee, you're much more familiar with mandates than I am. But I know the mandate process is something that the fiscal office would go through. And if there was a mandate flag, that is a future discussion the committee would have, but it's not something I can assess at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Tucker.
Before we go down the various rabbit holes which exist throughout this amendment and this bill, for purposes of initiating the discussion and focusing all of our attentions, I'd like to move ought to pass for LD 1911 as amended by Senator Brenner's amendment, which was just reviewed.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you both. Any further questions for Dan? Discussion?
Yeah.
Senator Bennett?
Sorry about that. I got the there. That's better. This differs in some small way, or some, I don't know, not in a magnificently from the previous version we discussed. I don't know if we actually saw a written version prior, but there was one discussed, and I just wondered, what are the main differences between what was articulated as an amendment at our last work session and this written version?
So to answer the first part of your question, an amendment was described, but there was no amendment distributed last time. So there's a number of smaller differences, but I think the main difference has to do with how this amendment treats septage. And so we talked last time about the difference between septage and sludge, but the last amendment was noted to have a January 2024 implementation date for a prohibition on the land application of septage. And DEP can speak to this more, but I think that presented a number of greater practical issues than a prohibition on sludge. And so the DEP study in the last section of the bill is intended to come up with an appropriate plan for prohibiting the land application of septage in the state. There are some other smaller changes, like the the sampling of wastewater effluent for PFAS is new. The repeal of those provisions allowing at-home septic disposal is new. The provision prohibiting the use of crops grown at septic application sites is new, as are the second to last section prohibitions regarding new septic application licenses, as well as continued application at sites where at septic application sites where there is an exceedance of the interim drinking water standard for PFAS.
Okay, thank you. I thought I detected some of those, but that's helpful. Can I ask a question, Madam Chair, to you or whomever you'd like to direct it? It's the question about the spreading of effluent, or whatever the right term is, that's collected on a piece of land, on that land, and what does that effectively do? And I don't quite follow the logic there. I mean, if it's going into the land and then being taken out and I guess using as a fertilizer in another portion of that land, and it would be useful to get more information about exactly what that entails.
So that would be, for example, if your septic hauler came and pumped out your tank, they could dispose of the septic on your land.
So what's the effective difference between allowing that to leach into a leach field on your land and then spreading it topically?
Well, it would mean that we would need to test your water before, we would need a provision so that every homeowner that's going to get their tank pumped and then dispose of the septic on their own land would need their water tested in advance of, so that you're making sure that you don't have a buildup over the years of septic that's creating a PFAS contaminated groundwater system underneath for drinking water wells for individual landowners. Paula Clark has come into the room, and I would love for her to address that question.
Thank you.
In addition, the other provision that's been added that makes the amendment slightly different is that we'll also be asking for the collection and testing of leachate so that we can have a baseline understanding of what the PFAS contamination is in leachate from the licensed emitters of the leachate. Paula, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Can you please address the question about septic and individual landowners?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. The difference in my mind between the exemption, the current exemption in the law that allows for the disposal of a property owner's septic on their own property and discharging septic to a septic tank is that septic tanks have certain standards that address how they're constructed, their location, and so forth. Within the exemption, the door is really wide open for that septic to be disposed anywhere on a piece of property. It doesn't happen very often. It is infrequent that exemption is actually used, but there have been some concerns over the years with the location of that disposal on pieces of property. Near streams, for instance, or near the abutting property boundary, too close to a well. Again, whereas with a septic tank, there are standards for both design and location in place.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you. Senator Brenner brought up quite an interesting question, actually. The septic tank naturally fills up, and every time you discharge into the system, whether it's a toilet or a sink or a dishwasher or a shower, a corresponding amount of leachate goes out of the septic tank and into the field, the septic field, and leaches into the soil. So I guess we don't require testing of that leachate from individual tanks, but I guess the law, I think, is 120, 150 feet from any well when you design a system. Am I right in that distance? I can't remember now.
I don't know the specific distance, but there are locational requirements.
So, I mean, my question is it's a good question that's been brought up is, what's the difference? I have a 10-acre hayfield here at my home, and what's the difference in me leaching into my septic field that's 40 by 60, while having that tank emptied and pumped over 2 acres of hayfield? I mean, I know that isn't used very often, and I don't plan to use it myself, but is it really that big of an issue?
I think the difference in part is that with the septic land application sites, we're talking about a significant amount of septage, in some cases over time, repeated land applications to a parcel of property. For instance, I'm looking at a list of the septage land application sites that existed in 2020. And there's one on which 530,000 gallons was spread, 416,000 gallons, 264,000 gallons. So I think the volumes and the repetitive nature of those land applications make it quite different from individual septic systems.
I agree, but I'm talking just individual homeowners if they wanted to. I mean, is this bill going to eliminate that option for homeowners?
As drafted, this bill would eliminate that option for homeowners.
Representative Boyle.
I apologize for the dog. There is a difference, Representative Hanley. When you take concentrated effluent out of the tank and spread it on the surface of the ground, that's different than a leach field dispersing into the groundwater at the levels at which the leach field is installed underneath the surface of the soil. When you take that concentrated effluent out of your tank, you're then allowing it to filter onto the vegetation that's there the day you spread it, into the topsoil, which retains a certain percentage of the effluent, including the PFAS within it, which then ultimately does filter down through. But a certain percentage of the effluent with PFAS in it is going to be taken up by the organic material in the topsoil, which is then going to go into the vegetation. It's going to be more directly in the vegetation more quickly and more concentrated more directly than it will be out of a leach field into millions of gallons of groundwater in your area. It doesn't mean it's still good to disperse the PFAS into the groundwater. It's just not as concentrated. I also have, while I've got the microphone, if I may, Madam Chair, I have a question. I think it's more, there was a provision, and I made some notes, I don't have it in front of me, about prohibition of, sale of agricultural crops at spreading sites. And I think it said the word agricultural crops can't be sold. So if effluent has been spread on, or sludge or septage is spread on a field, that the crops from that field cannot be sold if they're agricultural crops. Is that what it said? And if it is, I want to follow up, because maybe I won't follow up. I'll just ask, what if you're not selling an agricultural crop from your field where this was spread, but something else is on that field, that maybe there's some mushrooms that people pick, or maybe you're going to do a Christmas tree plantation, and 10 years from now you sell some Christmas trees. Is that an agricultural crop, a Christmas tree, a mushroom? Is it something that's not an agricultural crop that might be some other kind of crop that could be sold?
So let me just figure out which section we're under here. I think you're talking about the septage section. Is that correct? So
Yes, I believe so. I think it was
Yeah,
section
so
4 or 5 in the middle there.
So because there was a realization that with septage, we needed to identify a better plan for how to manage it long-term, we felt like when it was land applied, that there was concern about making sure that there wasn't food crops or livestock crops that would be coming off of that land where the septage is applied. So I don't know, I guess you bring up a good point because Christmas trees would be different, but Paula, can you help clarify that section for me? Because I believe that was something that was requested by the department.
Yes, and I would say about this piece too that it is not common practice for crops or animal feed to be produced on septage sites. The nature of those sites is such that I doubt very much that there would be interest in harvesting anything from them while they're active. And this piece is specific to septage sites that are licensed or permitted to be applied or spread. So in most cases, we would be talking about active sites. There are a lot of restrictions in the DEP rules for septage sites and when and how any type of crop can be raised on land that has septage, has had septage land applied to it. There are time limitations and so forth that are imposed. So again, it doesn't happen very often. But as Senator Brenner pointed out, since we've really recognized that septage is something that we need to spend more time with to properly plan for the prohibition on land application, we thought that it was an additional level of protection to specifically state that crops or vegetation from those sites couldn't be used in the interim. And I think if anything, it's most likely that there may have been animal feed, hay, something of that sort produced on a septage site. So this would preclude its use as animal feed as an interim precautionary measure.
Representative Boyle, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, yes, thank you. That's good information in a general way, but it doesn't say, it just says agricultural crop. It doesn't say animal feed or anything about whether the product from a septage field spreading area was going to be consumed by an organism. It just says agricultural crop. So you used feed hay, but what about hay or straw that might be made into bales for erosion control or spread on land as mulch? Those are not going to be consumed by anybody. But are they an agricultural product? Are they an erosion control product? Is there any prohibition? Well, I mean, there's other things out there that get grown, that get used, that aren't consumed by livestock or humans.
That's true. Typically what happens with hay and vegetation grown on septage sites, if it's cut, it is often just left on site. And in some cases, it's actually sent to be landfilled because it is contaminated with septage. If it's an active site, it is highly unlikely that the material coming off that site would be offered or used for any kind of off-site purpose.
Okay,
so
thanks.
Maybe this would help clarify. The raw septage that's being spread is untreated, meaning that there's pathogens, there's heavy metals, there's PFAS. So there's a whole host of contaminants in there that when we spread sludge, we have managed for a handful of those because it has been at times treated before it's spread. So it's I think, incumbent upon us to follow the course of that study, because in some ways the septage presents an interesting conundrum around soil contamination long term. Senator Bennett, you've had your hand up for some time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that's fine. Interesting conversation. Ms. Clark, I was just wondering, now that over the last few years since the governor's task force, et cetera, how much control does the state actually have over permitting the spreading of sludge or septage, for that matter? And can you tell us where it is being spread currently?
Both sludge and septage. Are you talking about both of those things generally, or?
Well, maybe you could address each one individually.
Yeah. Well, for both of them, definitely the land application of both sludge and septage. It's very clear in department rule that cannot happen unless the appropriate licenses have been issued and they are in place. So for all of these sites that you've been hearing about where sludge has been spread or septage, there are licenses attached to those. In the case of sludge, those licenses are issued to the generators of the sludge, not to farmers. And so the generators hold the licenses. They're responsible for testing, for proper rate of application, and all of those types of requirements that would be associated with the license. And they in turn enter into agreements with the property owners that are looking to use that sludge for fertilizer, for nutrient. So again, licenses are in place. There are licenses in place for the septage sites as well. They operate a bit differently because typically those sites, many of those sites are operated by individual septage haulers or by municipalities, and their end goal, their principal goal, is disposal of septage, not to use the material as fertilizer. It does have some nitrogen content, which may be of value, but beyond that, it's a different situation in terms of its nutrient value than sludge.
Okay, so where this material is being legally disposed of, we have good information about what the sites are and where it is and all of that. And can you answer the question of how many sites are currently undergoing the spreading of sludge or have been permitted for spreading of sludge, and how many have been permitted for the spreading of septage?
Yes, there are, talking about sludge first, there are 35 what we call program licenses that have been issued for the land application of sludge. Those licenses may cover more than one site, more than one field. I don't have the total number in front of me, how many sites or fields those 35 licenses, active licenses, currently cover, but that is information I could get if you'd like to have it. On the septage side, there are presently 41 or 42 licensed sites in the state for septage land application. Most of those, for obvious reasons, are in rural locations. The nature of that operation really requires that it be somewhat isolated. And again, they do hold licenses. The standards for those are different than they would be for sludge, but they do nonetheless hold licenses.
So, this information, I imagine, is public information about what these sites are?
Yes, it is.
And I would be interested in, regardless of what the committee does today, it would be useful to have a list of where those sites are, both on the septage and the sludge application currently being permitted.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
would be happy to provide that.
Thank you.
And Paula, can you, so out of those 35 licenses, how many of those facilities, those license holders are still land applying consistently?
I believe I had mentioned at a previous work session that according to our records, only 4 locations were actually land applied in 2020. And so the volume of that was very low. It was something less than 2,500 cubic yards. Most of the sludge, again, it's different from septage, but in terms of sludge, much of the shift from land application and to some extent from composting to landfilling has already occurred. As I mentioned, we have 4 locations that were land applied in 2020 for sludge, and 2 of those, I believe, were liquid sludge, and the other 2 were solid sludge. So aside from that, there are a number of municipalities that send their sludge to composting operations. Quite a number of them send their sludge to the Hawk Ridge facility in Unity. In total, land application and composting of sludge in 2020 was around 25,000 cubic yards. Now that's for in-state volume. The Hawk Ridge facility also accepts a significant volume of out-of-state sludge, but in terms of in-state sludge, it was around 25,000 cubic yards. So we really look at that number as being the volume of sludge that if this bill was to pass, that would be the sludge that would be displaced and would need to be landfilled as a result. To put that in some perspective, and I do have additional information about landfilling and sludge received, but just to put it in quick perspective, that total is 25,000 cubic yards. In 2020, the Juniper Ridge landfill received about 82 to 83,000 tons rather of sludge, and Crossroads received about 23,000 tons in total. And again, I do have additional information about capacity if you would like to see that at some point.
I think that would benefit the committee for us to see more information about capacity of the landfill.
Can you see this table?
No.
Uh-oh.
Dan and Marianne, does Paula Clark have capacity to share her screen?
As far as I know, it would be on her end.
Okay.
In looking at the participant list, I'm not seeing that she has co-hosting authority.
Let's see.
All right, so you're saying I would have to make her a co-host?
She shouldn't need to. Anyone who's a
Yeah.
panelist should be able to screen share.
Yeah, and I'm attempting to do that and it is not showing up.
Is there something that maybe could be emailed to Dan to share or to? Oh, there we go.
You go. Okay, great.
We got it.
Okay. Apologies, I'm sure that was my fault. So this table, I put this together quickly just to not to provide detail about these issues, but to provide some just broad perspective on some of the numbers that we're talking about here. I included in the table the Juniper Ridge and the Crossroads landfills because they are the two largest landfills in the state that accept sludge. And they have received sludge, some volume of sludge consistently over these 3 years that I've presented information for. So beginning with Juniper Ridge in 18, the first column, total waste received. This is all of the different waste types that are received by these landfills in these 3 different years. The information in this table comes from both the facility's annual reports and also from the department's waste generation and capacity report that was provided to the committee last year. Actually, if we go to the most recent year, 2020, we can see that in total, 835,261 tons of waste were received at the Juniper Ridge landfill. Of that, 82,406 were sludge. In total, 1.4 and change million cubic yards of capacity was used in 2020, and the licensed remaining capacity in terms of cubic yards was around 7.5 million at the end of 2020. Same information for Crossroads. They do accept a lesser volume of sludge. And much of the sludge accepted at Crossroads is out of, its origin is out of state. I would also point out the Crossroads landfill in the licensed capacity remaining column, roughly 1.2 million cubic yards at the end of 2020. That does not include additional capacity that was in fact licensed by the department in 21. So you would add 7.75 million cubic yards to that 1.2 that is in the last column. And again, the purpose of this is just to provide some broad perspective on the volumes that we're talking about in terms of waste received and capacity remaining.
Are there any questions for Paula Clark related to this chart? Representative Bloom, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Paula. I was going to ask you about capacity and ask you about this the table 7 that's in your report that you presented to us that has all of the landfills, their estimated license, and so that really hasn't changed. It's very similar to what we're seeing here. I guess my question, and I'm glad that we have the capacity, my question is related to are there separate licenses for how much sludge a landfill can take on an annual basis, or do they set that limit themselves? How does that work?
Waste facility licenses are, they're not all exactly the same. There are some differences between facilities, but it doesn't require a separate license for sludge. They would be approved in broad terms for the acceptance of sludge as a special waste in their license, but there wouldn't necessarily be a specific volume or a limitation on the tonnage that they can receive.
So we can assume that that capacity is potentially filled with sludge. I mean, that it can fill any capacity of those licensed facilities that can take sludge. Yeah. And how many are there? There's just these two, or there's more that are licensed to take sludge?
Well, in 2020, again, there were several other relatively small municipal landfills that accepted, again, a relatively small amount of sludge. There are landfills in Bath, Heartland, Presque Isle, Sanford, and the Tri-Community landfill in Fort Fairfield. They all accepted some volume of sludge in 2020. In the aggregate, it was around 5,800 tons. They are looking to accept local sludge principally. Juniper Ridge and Crossroads are different in that they have a much broader customer base and take in waste from across the state, whereas these smaller ones would not. I think the other issue to raise in terms of the volume of sludge that's received, you've heard particularly from Casella in terms of acceptance of sludge at Juniper Ridge, that it needs to be bulked in some way. And so that is generally true of sludge, but that's managed in different ways, excuse me, at different landfills. At Juniper Ridge, as you've heard, they use the oversized bulky waste that comes to them from the resource facility in Lewiston to provide that bulking structure in the landfill for the acceptance of sludge.
Can I, Paula, is that just at, at the composting? No, not the composting facility, but every time that a landfill accepts sludge tonnage, it has to put that stabilizing in it every landfill, or does it really vary how much one has to put into it?
Well, different landfills have different operational practices. They take in different waste streams that could be used for bulking. So I expect that Juniper Ridge is different from Crossroads in that regard. I can't tell you specifically what Crossroads uses to bulk and stabilize their septage with. But at Juniper Ridge, we do know that there is a significant quantity of oversized bulky waste that is used for that purpose. That's not the only thing that can be used. There are other wastes that certainly can serve that purpose. And I think it depends on what waste specifically are going into individual landfills and how much and over what time frame.
So when we say that there's 25,000 cubic yards of excess sludge that has to be landfilled, right? That was your number?
Yes.
That could be that because there's more sludge, there could be more other material that's required to bulk it.
Yes, conceivably. But, I think the 25,000 that we're looking at, in relative terms, it's a relatively small, small amount of sludge, percentage-wise. And it may require some additional bulking material. That's true, regardless of which landfill might accept it ultimately.
We haven't taken that into account with these numbers.
The numbers that you're looking at, the total waste received column.
Oh, yes.
That would include everything that's taken in, including that oversized bulky waste and the sludge.
Great. Well, thank you so much for those clarifications. Really appreciate this kind of information, and knowing that it's public and it's out there is very helpful.
For the remaining hands that are up, I'm wondering if we would all like to see each other, or if there are still questions specifically about the chart that we want to make sure we have the chart up for. Perhaps I'll end your screen share, Paula, so we can, oh, there we go. Great. Thank you. Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Ms. Clark, is there any, has anyone looked into the financial impact, the monetary impact for the towns and cities with the that will no longer be able to go to composting, everything will have to go to landfill? Has anyone looked into that issue in your department?
We have not looked specifically at the difference in cost between sending sludge to compost versus to landfill. Obviously, there is a cost to those municipalities to transport and send their sludge to Hawk Ridge, but I don't have the specific numbers about how it would compare.
Okay. Okay, thank you. My other questions would be for bill sponsors. So.
Representative Boyle.
Thank you, Senator. For Ms. Clark, I made some notes about the table. I want to make sure I understand if there's 25,000 additional tons that would be landfilled, and last year there was 82,000 tons. That's about a 30% increase of increased landfill sludge at Juniper Ridge landfill. So the total 2 years ago was 53,000 tons. We'd be going up to 107,000, so about double the amount of sludge from 2 years ago. But the overall capacity has gone from 735 to 835. And also, if the bulky waste has to be mixed with the sludge, and there's not going to be as much bulky waste coming from Resource and Lewiston potentially, how does all this new either 30 or 100% increase in sludge get mixed at Juniper Ridge in a way that still works?
A number of different issues there. First, the capacity that is listed on the table is measured in terms of cubic yards. The sludge received and total waste received is reported in tons. There's not an enormous difference between them, but the cubic yardage number is higher than tons. The conversion factor for cubic yards to tons varies depending on the waste stream. But for sludge, it's about 1.17 cubic yards per ton of sludge. So the cubic yardage is a bit higher than the tons. We know that, although it is not on this table, I did get information very recently about the 2021 numbers, and the sludge volume at Juniper Ridge increased over 21 to around 90,000. So that increase has already occurred as well. And there is some corresponding increase in the total waste received, but around 90,000 for 2020 sludge at Juniper Ridge. As I mentioned before, there are a variety of different materials that can be used as bulking material for sludge. In the case of Juniper Ridge, what they have relied on in recent years is the material from resource, both the oversized bulky waste and the fines for daily cover. There are a number of materials that come into landfills generally that can serve the purposes of bulking agents or alternative daily cover. I think you've heard from Juniper Ridge that they view the resource material as being it's plentiful and it's reliable. But I can say that generally speaking and historically, the way landfills have managed their wastes is to consider what comes through the gate, how much, what type of waste it is at any particular point in time, and make some operational decisions about how to handle that waste to best advantage. And so I do think that there are some opportunities at Juniper Ridge to do that. Obviously, the department isn't in a position to second guess their operational plan and how they approach this. But we do know that at landfills in general, there are materials that can be used for those purposes.
May I follow up?
Yes, please.
So I don't want to drill down on how they mix things at the landfill any more than you already have. I appreciate that, but and not to get into the weeds of tons versus yards, because my concern is more the ratio or the increase of volume of sludge, but however you measure it, to go to the landfill. And now I'm hearing that, I believe you said, make sure I'm clear, that the table that you showed us kind of stopped in 2020, and you just told us that in 2021, in 2020 it was 82,000, I think, tons, and in 2021 it was 90,000. That actually only makes the problem, if there is a problem, it only makes it worse. My concern about, we went from 53,000 units 3 years ago to 90,000 now. We're looking at adding 25,000 more. I mean, there's always ways for a company, an operator, to manage that, but that doesn't make it easy. And I think my concern as the committee is these are the kind of numbers that can cause unintended consequences. And I just want to make sure we're hearing from you as our, I guess, expert and reliable expert that there is a way to do this, that we're not just foisting it off on someone because we feel good about it.
You know, I would add that I had mentioned earlier that we did see a shift in how sludge was being managed, much less land application, and there had been a big shift over this time period that you actually see in the table to landfilling. And so that is where that happened, where that shift was taking place over the past few years. And what we see in the 25,000 cubic yards that I mentioned earlier is really what remains. What in 2020 was land applied, a relatively small amount, and what was composted that, if this bill was passed, would need to be landfilled.
Representative, do you have another follow-up?
I'm debating because, we start to get into sort of math and technical things, but my concern, it's more of a concern, I guess, than a question, is that I'm not hearing that it's okay to go from 53,000 3 years ago to 107 or 6,000 now, and how that volume of sludge, there's a certain way that it's mixed with the either bulky waste or other materials that works for the operator and for us as the state owner of it. And I'm not hearing how that additional volume gets worked into the existing cubic yards that are allowed as total disposal at the site, because the percentage of sludge is much higher than the percentage of other materials coming in already. Do they just work it in and we don't worry about it? Is it much higher percentage that can't be worked in? I'm not hearing that.
I'm somewhat unclear about your question, Representative Boyle. And to make sure I was clear, in 2020, there were 82,406,000 tons of sludge received at the Juniper Ridge landfill. That made up a portion of that 835,261. So the sludge received was some percentage of the total waste that was received. And there are many other different types of waste that are disposed at Juniper Ridge. Among those wastes are the oversized bulky waste. That is included in that total waste received column. And that is what Casella uses as a stabilizer for that volume of sludge that was received in 2020. So it is the entire volume of OBW, sludge, and everything else accepted at Juniper Ridge is calculated into that 835 number.
Right. What I'm asking is, if you go from 53,000 a few years ago to 106,000 now of sludge, and sludge is mixed with other waste in order to dispose of it properly at the landfill, you've basically, let's say in round numbers, doubled the sludge, but you have not by any stretch doubled the total. You went from 735 to 835 in 2 years. Maybe it's a little more now, 900, let's say. You still, going from 700 to 900 of total. How do they mix this sludge in a way that takes care of it with all the other waste?
The sludge is stabilized using only the oversized bulky waste at Juniper Ridge. And let's see, in 2020, Juniper Ridge accepted 86,000 tons of oversized bulky waste and 82,000 tons of sludge. In 2019, they accepted 84,500 tons of oversized bulky waste, as compared to the 82,800 tons of sludge. Casella has told us that they're looking to mix, I believe they said, a 4-to-1 ratio of bulking material to sludge. Those numbers don't reflect 4-to-1, but perhaps operationally, the way it's placed, they may strive for that as the material is being disposed.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dudera or Representative Hanley. I'm sorry, I lost track of which of you raised your hand first, but okay. Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Representative Hanley. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Clark, thank you so much. I really appreciate this thoughtful discussion and kind of going over these numbers. My concern is around the capacity too. I heard you say that landfills have a preference for accepting local sludge, which I can see makes sense. Is that, well, as you say, I see you shaking your head. So did I get that right?
The 5 municipal sites that I mentioned, that is true of them. Not necessarily of Juniper Ridge and Crossroads, because their customer base is much broader than these small municipal sites.
Okay. Ken, my concerns around a company that I've been doing business with for a long time in my other job capacity, and they pump folks' septic tanks. They then treat the septage and take the sludge, create the sludge, and they have been composting it. They're a small operation in Waldo County. So now they will have to truck the sludge to, I think he said Ellsworth was the closest. Can Ellsworth deny them? That's what I guess my question.
There is nothing that requires a treatment plant or a landfill, for that matter, to accept sludge or septage from someone who wants to take it there. One of the issues that we identified, particularly with septage, is that as we looked at the situation, it became very complicated, much more complicated than the sludge situation, in fact. And our concern became that we could not really identify options for every land application site that is currently operating. And there's a particular problem up north where distances might preclude some of that septage from being hauled to a treatment plant. And in some cases, treatment plants are not licensed to accept septage. They must be licensed through our water program to accept septage. And they may not wish to take it, even if they were licensed. There is nothing currently that would require them to take septage from someone who wanted to dispose of it there. So there are quite a number of treatment plants currently that do accept septage, but with other municipalities looking to dispose at treatment plants as an alternative to land application, we thought it particularly important that we take a step back. And that's where the language around the plan that Dan described to you earlier comes in, that we want to look at those capacity issues, try to match locations that need capacity with existing treatment facilities that may be able to provide it. And we've also anticipated that in some cases there may be gaps in available capacity that would need to be filled in some way. So that's another element of that plan, to look at those gaps and how that might be addressed.
If I could just follow up on that. And when we look at those gaps, will we have the ability to help municipalities, but also I'm wondering these smaller companies who, let's face it, do a lot of Mainers a service by pumping their septic systems. Will we be able to provide them with some kind of financial assistance as we all continue to navigate this?
But one of the issues that came up, and it will be something that we look at as part of this planning process, was the potential availability of funding, either through our water program, through federal funds, through any source, to try to provide additional capacity, infrastructure, if it's necessary. We haven't looked at that issue yet closely, but we do certainly recognize that it needs to be part of this evaluation that we will do.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Clark. You're really on the hot seat here today. How about lifespan of landfills? How much is this going to impact if this becomes law? Should we, in other words, in your professional opinion, should the state be looking right now for new sites for landfills in this state?
In the last waste generation and capacity report that the department prepared for the committee, when we looked at Juniper Ridge, what you'll see in that report is that at the end of 2019, I believe, we estimated that Juniper Ridge had 6 to 12 years potentially of remaining capacity. That 6 to 12 has dropped, a little bit at the, to the end of 2020, but it was 6 to 12. And Crossroads, in the report, you'll see that it was approximately 3 years at the end of 2019, but with the additional licensed capacity, that adds, I believe, roughly another 15 years to that facility. One way to gauge it too, if you looking at the table that I presented, which isn't in front of you anymore, but I can pick out a number for you. In 2020, the total waste received was 835,261 tons. In order to accommodate that waste, they used 1.4 million cubic yards of capacity. And at the end of 2020, after that disposal had taken place, there remained roughly 7.5 million cubic yards of capacity. So in that 1 year, 2020, they used 1.5. And that was of almost 9 million, or 8.9 million that existed at the end of 2019. So that can give you some perspective. It looks like it's dropping 1.something million annually in general terms through 2019 and 2020. Lesser amounts because the volumes are smaller at Crossroads and Norridgewock.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative?
I don't have any more questions for Ms. Clark. I do for generally to the committee and you, Madam Chair. Earlier, my desire is to table this after a nice long discussion today without voting it out, because it's obvious that there's all kind of unintended consequences we're going to have to deal with. And a couple of them, I think, of course, is capacity is going to be eaten up quickly, I think. And another issue that has come up is like the sewage treatment plants now that landfill everything, and there are a number of those. That's been expressed to me that they're worried about competition, that now they'll be competing with the new participants that are being required to landfill everything. So there's going to be like a stampede towards getting all of this sludge into landfill. So I'm hoping we get the emergency preamble removed, because I think we're going to need time. These different municipalities are going to need time to get this done. But also another issue that I think has not been resolved at all is there should be a financial component to this. We should be assisting these people that are, these different sewer districts that are going to be required to landfill. There's going to be quite a cost. And I never gave any consideration to the issue about septic tank, businesses that pump. Now they have to take that somewhere, but there's nothing that requires anyone to accept it. That's an issue. Again, there's all kinds of things that we haven't seen that are popping up, and we haven't even got the bill out of the room yet. So again, I hope before we finish today that we table this so that we can have more discussions and try to get this completely done correctly. And because again, I'm in favor of this legislation, but I don't want to send out a half-cooked cake here, so. But thank you for listening to me, so I'll shut up now.
Representative O'Connor.
Thank you, Senator. So I have some of the same concerns as Representative Hanley. It seemed to me when I read this legislation this weekend, and other people have also read this legislation, I was just inundated with phone calls from one of my local constituents who works in the sewage treatment industry. And I'm actually very worried about the landfill as well. It seems to me, once again, that trash is really big business and there's a lot of money involved in this business. And I'm thinking that a lot of our problems would go away if we would stop taking out of state trash. And I understand that that would hurt a lot of facilities, but in the meantime, I am really worried from listening to multiple people who are running these sewage plants that are concerned that this will limit their abilities. And one of the people who sent some really compelling information was Emily Cole Prescott and from MIWI. And I'd love to hear from her and ask her if she has any possible solutions, because like Representative Hanley said, I'm in favor of this and I know we need to do something, but I don't want to do something that will be rushed and will hurt those municipalities. I want to have something in place that they can actually fall back on, a better plan. And I know that this is an emergency. We've all talked about that. But I don't know if there's a way that we could temporarily halt other out-of-state waste that we do take so that we can better handle our own waste. And I don't even know if that's possible, but I would really like to hear from Emily Cole Prescott to see what she has to say, because there might be other solutions that we're not hearing, because this is a new piece of legislation, in my view, that a lot of people who are opposed to this that I spoke to this weekend have not had the opportunity to weigh in publicly on this. If that would be possible, Senator, I would really, if she's still in the queue, I'd love to hear from her.
I'll bring her over so you can ask her your question.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Did you hear Representative O'Connor's question, or do you need her to repeat it?
If you could repeat the question, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Prescott. So my question was, I read the information that you sent and your concerns about, our overall disposal problems that this will cause. I would really like it if you could go into detail about that, and if perhaps concentrating on our own municipalities and our own waste might alleviate the problem if we didn't have to deal with as much out-of-state waste that we are getting. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Connor and members of the ENR committee for allowing me to speak today. Regarding your question and the impacts on wastewater treatment, I'm actually from Maine Water Environment Association. We represent over 650 clean water professionals in quasi-municipal and municipally owned wastewater treatment facilities. There have been some really important cost considerations across the board for environmental and cost impacts and unintended consequences of this amendment to LD 1911. There are other MWIA members on the line too that are ready and able to answer any questions as experts in the clean water field. The proposed legislation is catastrophic for our industry. The operational capacity of landfills is decreasing. We will soon be left with sludge piling up in our wastewater treatment facilities and no place to deposit it. Our questions are what happens when sludge is left in our wastewater treatment facilities because landfills will not accept it. One of the comments that was made earlier was there might be competition between between municipalities trying to get their their sludge to different landfills to accept it. If this bill passes, there is not enough capacity to meet the need to dispose of sludge and septage. What will happen? Will our treatment facilities need to shut down? Will septic tanks be unable to pump? And will we be holding sludge as treatment facilities, causing significant public health problems and nasty odor problems? Not to mention the significant water quality problems. Unfortunately, we do not have answers to any of these questions. Just on today's review of operational capacity, members have done calculations on capacity from our team and estimate that there's only 5 to 7 years of capacity remaining in some cases. We've also been hearing that this will impact not only municipal, but also industrial sludge. And the bulking requirements for that are usually 5 to 1 of bulking to sludge. So this does concern operational capacity, as we're hearing that there's an estimate of 100,000 to 200,000 more tons that will go to landfill. And of that, about 15,000 to 36,400 tons of municipal sludge. There's a lot of unanswered questions here. And this is really concerning for us because we have to provide service 24/7, 365. So in answer to the question, I don't have answers to these questions. I think they're really important questions that we need to get answers to. We need to be involving multiple stakeholders in this conversation. We're hearing too that as far as operational capacity, you have about 10% of total sludge is about as much as a landfill can safely receive. That goes into some of the bulking considerations. These impacts are really important. I'm here today from Maine Water Environment Association, but I'm also a Maine taxpayer. I'm a sewer user and a ratepayer and a sewer worker. So it's important to note that we would prefer to work collaboratively with our lawmakers on this matter. It's a complex policy issue involving emergency contaminants. It requires stakeholder engagement to gain full perspectives of these multiple cascading impacts of decisions. We would benefit from working together. Just recently, the cost for sludge handling in Maine has gone up 71% over the last few years. These costs are slated to continue skyrocketing. We also are sent PFAS as part of the wastewater treatment process. We are not generators of PFAS. So we would benefit from working together rather than legislating that the water industry that never generated or used PFAS in its everyday operations bear the impossible responsibility of reducing these PFAS substances in the environment. So I thank you for hearing my concerns. I think it's really important to involve the stakeholders who will be ultimately affected from all of these impacts and these unintended consequences that result from the proposed amendment. I also think it's really important to note that the written amendment was received yesterday, and a lot of these fundamental changes are pretty significant to the original bill that we looked at for LD 1911. We, as Maine Water Environment Association, actually changed our position on the original bill from neither for nor against to with this amendment to oppose because of these multiple cascading impacts that we've identified. I've been hearing from people in and out of the state of Maine in the clean water industry about these concerns and what they will mean for us. And we really think that this warrants a new public hearing to ensure the public has a voice and that the ENR committee gets the information it needs before making a rush decision that may not be based on the science and the data. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate being considered today to speak at this work session.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cole-Prescott. Representative Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to step back a minute. This is not the first legislation that we've passed regarding PFAS compounds and trying to manage it in our state and in our environment. We had major testing standards that were put forth in March of 2019, and that did, according to this report, it did result in decreasing the landfilling of sludge was increased because of that testing. So it's naturally happening, not naturally, but it's because of the testing we're finding that it's in most everywhere. So this is a response to that, and not having to have this PFAS compounds bioaccumulate in our lands. So this is a very important piece of legislation. But what I wanted to ask Ms. Clark, back to Ms. Clark, about that, about the testing, and is that the reason for the increase in the sludge in the landfills in 2019?
I don't know with certainty, but I would speculate that the shift happened because it was clear that the PFAS issues were becoming prominent, very important. Contamination was being identified. And I do think that at least a portion of that significant shift to landfilling was as a result of that recognition and acknowledging that problem exists.
And you just presented to us your results of the testing that you've just started, and how it's just all over what you're finding. And you've only just begun your testing regimen. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. We're at the beginning, but there have been many results that exceed the thresholds that have been established.
And my last question is, so the PFAS testing standards for land-based application and composting, who is required to do that testing?
At this point, the department has put together an investigation program in conformance with LD 1600. And so we have prioritized all of the sites where sludge land application has occurred and are in the field in accordance with those priorities, doing the investigations and doing the testing on both soil and drinking water supplies.
But is Casella and other operators required to do this testing?
Oh, the landfills are required to do leachate testing, yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to move Ms. Cole Prescott back to the attendee space unless anyone else has a question for her. Oh, Representative Tucker, go ahead.
Thank you, Emily. And before you go, where did you get the idea that you might have no ability to dispose of the biosolids generated by day-to-day operation? The DEP has just told us that there is room in the landfill. And I wondered where you got the idea that there is no ability to dispose. Who said that it could not be disposed?
For that question. There might be no ability to dispose comes from a few concerns. The first one is that there is no guaranteed requirement of these landfills accepting the biosolids that result from wastewater treatment processes.
Okay, so did some landfill operator tell you that they would refuse to take sludge?
There is no guarantee that our sludge will be taken, and it's become more difficult and more restrictive over the last few years to get the sludge disposed. This is what I'm hearing from our members.
Has any landfill operator told you that they could not take your sludge?
I am not sure. I would have to reach back out to our membership and ask them if they've been denied. The landfill has denied them accepting.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Cole Prescott, for joining us. I'm going to move you back now.
Thank you.
Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, my question was kind of for her or maybe for somebody else in the municipal field. And the concern was over the cost of increased testing and what that would mean for municipalities that do wastewater treatment and for other entities or quasi-public entities that sort of do it, and how that would impact ratepayers around the state. And I know that's a loaded question, but if somebody could answer that, then I would very much be interested in the answer. as I fear there could be a mandate, or on the flip side of it, we need to know what we're footing for a bill as a state.
So your question is about the cost of effluent testing from wastewater treatment plants.
That is correct.
Paula, is that a number that the DEP has, the cost of effluent testing?
I don't see, I don't know if Brian Kavanaugh is.
Yeah, let me bring him over. Hey there, Brian. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Did you hear the question about costs of effluent testing?
Yes, I did. So I'm Brian Kavanaugh. I'm the director for the Bureau of Water Quality at Maine DEP. And I assume that question may be related to section 1 of the bill that would provide authority to the department upon written notification to require sampling of the effluent for PFAS compounds. And we're in the process of developing a program to collect this data. And we feel it's appropriate to do that beginning now because of a few things that happened. EPA has identified an acceptable method for wastewater. They've outlined a schedule for when they'll develop their effluent criteria. And this issue has been brought into greater focus for the department based on our discussions with the Ensign-Madison Sanitary District about how complex and difficult it will be to begin the process of regulating this compound once the EPA has developed their criteria. So we feel like acquiring the effluent data is a good thing to do now. My understanding is samples run $250, $300 a sample roughly. I think that can vary lab to lab. I'll tell you that the program we're developing right now envisions that the department would like to fund that initial round of sampling, at least for municipal and quasi-municipal entities. So we're looking into the ability to use some of the ARPA funds that we have that were targeted for wastewater to be able to do that through a contract laboratory where they would provide all the analytical services, the sample containers, cover the mailing, and it would be up to the discharger to take the sample, and we would establish a training program to do that. So at least in this initial round of sampling that we're envisioning to get ready to be able to limit PFAS in the future, the department looks to be able to fund that for the municipal and quasi-municipal entities. I don't necessarily believe we would have the ability to do that for private entities such as wastewater facility or paper mills and other industrial facilities, but our intent would be to cover that for the municipalities. Once limits are established in the future, that would fall to the regulated community to cover the cost of any routine sampling that would be required once a limit is established. And the frequency would be determined in a permitting action. You know, we have different parameters and they have different frequencies. Some things are monitored weekly, some things are monitored a couple of times a year. So that really has to be fleshed out as a permitting condition, and it can vary depending on the size of the facility.
Representative Toole, is that the information you were looking for?
Yes, I think that generally, if I could paraphrase it, sum it up at the risk of doing so, my understanding is the department is looking to do that testing for the short term, but over the long haul, it would be the responsibility of the municipalities and wastewater treatment providers and such to do that, and that we don't have a firm cost estimate of what that might actually be. If that's not a fair assessment, I apologize, but I just want to confirm that is what I heard.
I would say that's accurate, yes.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Kavanaugh, Ms. Clark? Yes. Paula.
If I might, I just wanted to add one additional thought to the discussion that we had about capacity, landfill capacity. One of my colleagues has reminded me that the 25,000 cubic yards that I had mentioned, that would be additional sludge that would need to be landfilled, may in fact be less than that in view of the 90,000 tons that Juniper Ridge accepted in 2021. And because it was in 2021, that estimate that we did was in, at the end of 2020, based on 2020 information. And the fact that they have accepted 7,000 or 8,000 tons additionally over 2020 may reflect that 25,000 cubic yard number is smaller than we had originally calculated. So for what that's worth, I did want to add that to the conversation.
Thank you. That's helpful. Representative O'Connor.
Thank you, Paula. So I had a question just batting around in my head. So if we have a shortage of bulky waste, will it stop us from processing sludge?
If there was nothing to bulk it with, I think that you would hear from Casella that operationally they wouldn't be able to manage the sludge. I think that the open question is, what are the alternatives to be used for bulking material, and how would they actually use those versus what they might be using currently. And again, I can't really, I can't second guess their operational practices and how they would address that with other materials. But I would stress that there definitely are other wastes that can serve that purpose. The question becomes whether or not there's enough of them and the right types, in Casella's opinion, to do that bulking.
Thank you.
Senator Carney.
Thank you. Just, I hope, a quick question for Paula Clark. Could you please list some of the other both bulking and stabilization materials that typically can be used in situations to either stabilize or solidify sludge? Thank you.
Yeah. I won't do the subject justice without doing some additional research, but some of the, I do believe that such things as some of the materials that are also suitable for use as alternative daily cover can also be used for bulking material. Some of those things are contaminated soil. I do think that municipal solid waste may have been used as a bulking agent for sludge at some point in the past at some landfills. There may be some limitations on that at Juniper Ridge because they can only accept MSW into a certain portion of the landfill. So there are some of those complications at Juniper Ridge. Sorted demolition debris. Obviously, the problem in using demolition debris is from including drywall, wallboard, gypsum, and so forth, because the addition of that to wet organic material is a recipe for the creation of gas, which is problematic, and as you've discussed earlier today. I'd be happy to confer with some of the technical staff about other alternatives, but I don't have a list to provide to you off the top of my head right now.
Thank you. I was wondering if you knew whether things like mulch and wood chips and then things like ash and lime could also be used.
I believe that they can be used for that purpose. Again, there may be some operational reason that Casella wouldn't use those that I'm not aware of.
Thank you.
Senator Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's been a really informative discussion, and I appreciate the difficulties that this poses to a lot of people. And I read with interest the various letters and communications, and I would really like to get a better handle on exactly what the kind of real cost increases we're imposing and what's driving those cost increases. I read several of the letters, and I had Representative Tucker's questions about some fear about this, fear of the unknown, fear of our facilities going to deny receiving the sludge. What's the cost of disposal? Not really clear. We have a state-owned facility that could take some of it, but we don't actually manage that facility. I don't know what controls we might have over the costs of landfilling sludge at the state-owned facilities we have, or whether we've signed that contractually away to the counterparty managing the facility. So some areas of inquiry that I would have, and there have been proposed in some of the letters I received this weekend, some cost estimates for what it might what might be borne there. I do believe that, at least in a temporary way, it would make sense, since the state has a large responsibility in encouraging this whole ecosystem, if you will, of sludge application, that people have grown to depend on that, and it would make sense to understand what those costs really are, which are real and which are just fear speaking as reality, and then getting a sense of, I gather they could be significant. And I for one, would be in favor of looking to the state for some of these short-term mitigation of those expenses as people absorb the blow from this. And that, I think, will require a little bit more study on the committee's part. Not sure how to organize that, but I do think it's important for us to go in with our eyes open and to see, to be responsive to those fears and either accept them as reality or to get comfort in those things that we might mitigate or control in some fashion. Thank you.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, just to be clear, when you're talking about this 25,000 cubic yards of sludge, what you just said may be less, are you including industrial and commercial sludge?
That 25,000 is the 4 municipal land application programs plus the material that went to compost facilities, which I believe, with the possible exception of Hawk Ridge, most of that was municipal.
So, but it's municipal, meaning that, so the industrial sludge was never going to be put in for land application.
There has been some industrial sludge that has been land applied, but these numbers that I'm talking about are around municipal sludge.
And why won't you, but why not include the other sludge?
Because what we looked at was what actually had been land applied in 2020.
Okay.
And that's how the number was derived.
Thank you.
Paula, can you talk a little bit about the compost operation, the largest one in the state that is anxious about being affected by this legislation? Can you tell us, can you remind me again? I think the numbers are that 8,000 tons of sludge lands there from the state, but that 48,000 tons arrives from out of state for that composting operation?
Right. So you're talking about the Hawk Ridge operation.
That's correct.
And so again, in 2020, there were 11 composting sites in the state for sludge or dewatered septage. Several of those were commercial, but it also included a number of small municipal composting operations as well. Of those, Hawk Ridge, a privately operated facility, is the largest and accepted the most material. So in 2020, they accepted about 7,000 tons of in-state sludge and 42,000 tons of sludge that originated from out of state. It's reported in cubic yards, but for this conversation, I've converted that to tons. So in total, at those composting operations, which include some small municipal operations, there were roughly 17 or 18,000 tons in total that were composted. And 48,000 tons were handled in total by the Hawk Ridge facility. The other thing I would mention about the Hawk Ridge operation is that I can't tell you definitely how much, but we do know that periodically, some of the sludge that's received at the Hawk Ridge composting facility, the in-state sludge, is diverted to the Juniper Ridge landfill. Again, I don't have the volume on that, but we do know that some of it is sent there directly from Hawk Ridge.
So they receive it with the intent to produce compost, and because they can't dispose of the out-of-state sludge that they're receiving, they then in turn send the in-state on ahead to Juniper Ridge.
Right. I don't know the specific reasons that caused them to send a portion of the sludge to the landfill. I'm sure it's linked to their operation in some way. But because Juniper Ridge cannot receive out-of-state waste, if they do divert any of the sludge, it is in-state sludge.
And can you tell us a little bit about testing efforts at the Hawk Ridge site for PFAS? Has groundwater been tested? Has their well been tested? Has the soil in the region been tested?
There has been some testing done at the Hawk Ridge facility for PFAS, with exceedances of the threshold, certainly. There has been some residential drinking water sampling done in Unity, but my understanding, and I would have to look more into the detail before I could provide it to you, but my general understanding is that in terms of groundwater flow and where that testing is occurring. It's not directly connected to the Hawk Ridge facility.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Paula? Yes, Dan.
Paul and I had discussed this, and I'm sure she'll correct me if I'm incorrect about this, but I believe the amendment doesn't prevent Hawk Ridge in particular from taking in-state or out-of-state sludge as long as the resulting materials are sold out of state. I don't know if that's useful to the conversation, but I just did want to note that.
Senator Carney.
I'm not sure if this is a question for Paula or a comment, but I just wanted to remind everyone as we're talking about the potential financial consequences of enacting this legislation. The other side of the coin is that once we spread this contamination further throughout our state and contaminate more water sources, we're actually creating a much more expensive problem to fix. And I think we have to balance the immediate costs that might be attendant to this legislation to those long-term expenditures, which we're already doing extensive remediation work in our state.
Thank you, Senator Carney. I think of this situation as one of those opportunities where when you know better, you do better. So for example, if you take lead as an example, previous legislators sat here and thought lead was an insurmountable problem in paint and gasoline and as an environmental cleanup issue. But through containment and limitations and education, we've accomplished quite a bit to reduce that risk. Human waste has puzzled and plagued societies, and as civilization has become more place-based. And an early solution that humans developed to deal with waste, human waste, was to put it into waterways. And when that became untenable, we started to shift to land applications. And for me, having built a business that supports my family and a staff over the last 21 years, that's based in soil building and organic farming, in addition to studying soils as part of my university degree in plant sciences, I don't come to this situation uninformed. So I've spent countless hours reading about this policy, understanding safe management of sludge as it relates to land applications, and the creation of compost nationally and globally. As much as anyone else, I want to divert waste from the landfill. I love compost making. I love the idea of soil building. It's exactly what I built my business on. But we can't solve the problem of chemical contamination if we continue to spread contaminated products on our soils. Now is not the time for us to divert this product from the landfill. And collectively, as taxpayers, we have a responsibility to end the contamination of clean soils and groundwaters and surface waters. And it's in our best interest to contain the PFAS problem as much as we're able to. So landfilling is an opportunity for containment. And in this situation, the DEP has confirmed for us that we have space in our landfills for this product. A friend of mine, former director of MOFGA, Russell Libby, is fond of saying, you can't away this stuff. We cannot away PFAS, but we can contain it. So financial implications for composting operations, mainly the largest. I will remind everyone that the bulk of the product that they're managing sludge-wise is not Maine produced, it's from out of state. 7,000 tons of sludge came from in-state and 42,000 tons of sludge came from out of state. So we do not want our state to be the dumping ground for Massachusetts. We're supposed to be the breadbasket. So I recognize that the shift for municipalities is going to be challenging, but I believe as a committee and as a legislature that it is incumbent upon us to protect our waters and soils. We're poised to spend millions of taxpayer dollars to clean up the wells of rural homeowners. and support affected farmers try to find them new farms to farm on because their cropland is contaminated. So the DEP has some capacity to support treatment facilities in this transition. They've mentioned that to us in the previous meetings, including the ability for treatment facilities to apply for help developing infrastructure for dewatering their sludge prior to landfilling. Senator Collins is leading a bipartisan effort to secure additional federal funding for PFAS testing and mitigation. And there are really only 4 facilities that are still land applying. The rest are either composting with Casella at Hawk Ridge, which you've heard, some of that is getting diverted to the landfill, and some have small local composting operations. So one way or another, taxpayers are going to pay for this cleanup and this remediation and the containment of PFAS. So whether they pay for it through municipal water treatment facilities or through mitigation and remediation efforts of land and groundwater, the reality is that we're on the hook until we produce a class action lawsuit and recoup our expenses. So when you know better, you do better, you guys. And I believe this is one of those moments. Representative Bloom.
I want to say thank you, Senator Brenner, for your eloquent talk right there. Very, very important. I wanted to just follow up on the composting a little bit. You know, I'm looking at, again, this solid waste generation disposal capacity, that we do take a lot of wastewater treatment sludge in our composting. And we, and it cites right here that we really have other opportunities. There's a lot of things that we can compost in this state. We compost very few, for very little food scraps, processing waste, fish food. There's a lot of things. There's a real opportunity to expand in a safe way our composting capabilities. I just wanted to make a note of that. Thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate your heartfelt and well-informed description of the problem. I agree with 100% of what you said, with the small exception of the question of short-term payment for the disruption that this bill will cause, particularly municipal systems. And I, for one, am not satisfied that we've really given that the shrift that it needs in consideration of this bill. I do think there should be some sort of municipal relief fund or something attached to this. And I take the seriousness with which all of us have expressed the problem here, and particularly you, Madam Chair. You've said it so well, and I support this legislation. I do think that it would be improved upon if we could have a fund attached to it. And based on the information provided, I don't really have a sense of the quantum of revenue from ARPA that DEP is talking about, that they might have the capacity to contribute to such a fund, whether we need to appropriate more funds, what the expected expense might be to mitigate the transition for some of these municipal facilities over the next 2 or 3 years. But in the absence of that information, I would support strongly a version of this bill, much in line with what you've described, with the addition of the creation of a municipal relief fund of some amount, based on the information provided. I don't know what the number will be, up to $5 million maybe, that would provide relief for the mitigation relief for the municipal facilities that have come rely upon the current system for disposing of this. And that would require, obviously, the construction of some means of disseminating those funds. I think DEP has already indicated that they have a program to do that. They're picking worthy projects now. So I'm prepared to go forward with the vote if it's going to be done today, but I will be voting for a version of this which is probably the report that you described, Madam Chair, with the addition of such a fund. Thank you.
I would like for us to bring Commissioner Loisem over to address the concept of a fund. So I'm going to bring her in. Welcome, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the ENR committee. I'm Melanie Loisem, Commissioner of the Maine Department of Environmental Protection. Senator Bennett, in response to your concept of a municipal relief fund, I believe as Brian Kavanaugh described, there is the possibility of using some of the federal funds that have already been appropriated to the department, but there are some limited ways in which those can be used. As you're aware, federal funds get appropriated for specific purposes. I think the purpose that I believe you are describing, as I understand the concept, would be, and maybe this is a matter of seeking some clarification, for those entities that have continued to rely on land application of their sludge. The idea would be to offset the increased costs that they would experience as a result of needing to handle those sludges if this bill were to pass, in order to have those landfilled instead of land applied. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was thinking of 100% of the cost, but perhaps some percentage that might be spread over the coming 2 years to encourage that would be decreasing over the next 2 years in a manner that would encourage them to move in that direction. And I recognize also that there are probably some facilities that moved early and to do this, and we don't want to punish that. But that's why I feel a bit adrift about, who would be worthy of these funds and who wouldn't, and there needs to be some arbiter of that kind of distribution system. So there's a complexity involved that I fully appreciate, and I gather that you're already taking into account some of that in the grants or relief that you're envisioning providing now.
Yes, and you have covered exactly the point I was going to raise, that most of the entities that engaged in land application have already shifted to land disposal, as Paula Clark described. And I suspect that you would hear from them that if municipalities now are getting some sort of compensation for an increase in costs, that they would have an interest in that as well, because they have certainly borne some costs themselves. And so I would say that the federal funds that have been appropriated to the department would not be able to be used for the purpose you just described, nor would the general funds that were appropriated to the department last year. So if you did want to provide funding to municipalities for that purpose, you would likely need to establish an additional funding mechanism. As Senator Brenner mentioned, there's a great deal of activity at the federal level, potentially involving the federal budget. But at DEP, we don't bank on what's going to come out of the federal budget until after it's already been voted on and published.
No,
Representative Dudera.
Thank you. This is my son's dog that I'm watching for the day, who just will not leave me alone. Commissioner Loisem, would any of those funds be able to help out the small kind of mom and pop septic pumpers that we have in rural Maine?
Brian Kavanaugh might be able to think more creatively about what we can do with federal infrastructure funding. I guess my initial reaction would be, I don't know to what extent it could be, but I would probably defer to Brian. He has more expertise regarding that particular funding stream than I do.
And I'll just add that they won't be immediately affected by this in the sense that the work for this bill for septage haulers will be around what a plan should be.
I could add additional information if the committee would like. So the funds that we have are generally administered through our Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and then there's also the ARPA funds that were targeted for wastewater infrastructure. Those funds need to be administered consistent with the Clean Water Act, and generally they're not available for private entities or industrial entities. We serve municipalities and quasi-municipal entities, and the funds are generally used for infrastructure. So issues related to this would be we could fund municipal treatment plants that can't dewater their sludge on site now, and they need to be able to do that to manage it better. We could fund that planning and infrastructure. We could fund septage receiving stations at municipal treatment plants, so they could bring in septage if they chose to do that, if they're not already set up to do that. And we can ultimately provide money for treatment for PFAS at municipal and quasi-municipal facilities, but we can't cover general operation costs, such as an increase in sludge disposal costs, because they're moving from land spreading to landfilling.
I could just follow up. Yeah, if help could, if treatment centers nearer to these folks could be helped to get septage treatment, that's going to help these small guys, because then they're not going to have to travel so far to figure out where to put the septage, or if they treat it on their own, as some of them do, they maybe don't have to travel as far to dispose of the sludge. I'm just thinking, because that who then gets that cost? It's the folks with the septic systems. And then they're also going to possibly be paying the municipality for people who are on public sewer for that increase as well. So thanks. That I think that helps a little bit.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming here and trying to answer these questions. Do you have you taken into consideration or have any contingency for septic tank companies that pump out systems and the municipal sewer districts that will have sludge that they normally landfill? We've heard that these different places they would take it to are under no obligation to accept them. Is there any contingency to how to handle that if someone who pumps out a septic tank has nowhere to go with the septage, or a municipality that has like the operator for the Gardner sewage plant talked to me this weekend, and they have zero storage capacity. So if they don't have a way to get rid of it, what happens? And is anyone, I mean, this bill doesn't cover that. There's no requirement for anyone to accept it. As the committee, has your department looked at this issue at all?
Representative Hanley, thank you for the question. Regarding septage, that is precisely one of the concerns that we raised when considering this bill, and one of the reasons that we support the idea of engaging in further planning before additional restrictions are placed, particular to septage. We have started to try to identify nearby wastewater treatment plants that would be able to accept the septage that would be displaced, and we have identified preliminarily locations, particularly in the central and north of the state, where there is not wastewater treatment plant capacity that's readily available near the septage land spreading sites. So we do feel that having some more time to work with wastewater treatment plants, identify where septage would be able to go and be handled is important before we move forward with a full prohibition on the spreading.
Yes, may I follow up, please? Yes, Commissioner, have you got a time frame? I mean, do you need how many months or weeks? Or, do you have a suggestion for the amount of time you need for that?
I believe the plan is to bring you a plan at the beginning of January 2023, and that is part of what we would include in it is a recommendation about what can be accomplished within what time frame. At this point, we're not able to tell you how quickly things would be able to shift. But we do anticipate that there's likely some infrastructure changes that will be needed, at least at some wastewater treatment plants that would be willing and interested to take the additional septage. And so certainly there's permitting and construction timeframes involved with that as well.
So this present bill, the way it's structured right now, that's not going to be a useful tool for you then, is it?
The provision regarding planning for septage would require us to move forward with that plan that I just described and bringing that back to you with recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
So Representative Hanley, for clarification, the sludge and the septage, two different products, and the septage is the piece that would need a study in order to have an end plan with the report back due January 15th of 2023, which then the committee can report out a bill for how to manage septage. So the bulk of the bill in our possession now that we're discussing is primarily about sludge.
All right, I misunderstood it then, that it would prohibit the spreading of septage as well. And immediately do that.
The bill currently as written would not prevent the spread of septage. It would encourage a test. It would mandate a study to understand what the plan should be for how to manage septage.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Senator Bennett.
Thanks. Just a question for the commissioner. But before that, there is a provision of the amendment, though, that would strike that portion of the law which currently allows septage to be spread on the land of the owner of the septage. So with that exception, the bigger question of septage is put off. I get that. Commissioner, the amount of money that you referred to from ARPA funds and others that went to the purposes for mitigation and testing, how much is that available?
I'm going to defer to Brian in a moment, but it was 22 million for wastewater treatment plants and 3 million for the small community grants program. And I believe that was divided into 2 years, and I believe the first year has been awarded. Brian, do you want to add to that?
Yes, we committed $10 million of that 22, and the other $12 million would be put out for proposals within the next week, along with our clean water SRF money. And we are setting aside some of that ARPA money to do the PODW sampling that I mentioned previously.
Within the next week, you said that other
yes,
money?
Typically, the way we distribute the money is we send out a request for proposals to all the municipalities, the consulting engineers at the beginning of the year, letting them know that we have money available through the Clean Water SRF and now ARPA, and asking them to submit their requests for their projects. And then those are evaluated, and then the awards are made after that. And that the awards should generally be made around April or so.
So the idea is that we pass this bill as it's been presented, this amendment is presented. There may be a likelihood that people will be working feverishly to try to get some pieces of those funds to change their systems and to mitigate the problem, rather than continuing current practice. Is that the idea behind this, Madam Chair?
Potentially, this is a request for all sorts of proposals, just the general wastewater infrastructure work that needs to be done, improvements to sewer lines, pump stations, treatment plants, CSO abatement, but it also can be used for PFAS related issues. So for instance, if a treatment plant handles their sludge as a liquid now and would not be able to landfill that on their own, without dewatering it somewhere else, they could potentially apply for funds to put in dewatering equipment so they could dewater it on site and potentially ship it to a landfill easier. So that would be a related issue for PFAS that people could apply for funds for now. Or they could be looking at PFAS treatment, such as what Anson Madison is doing. That could be a related issue.
Thank you.
Any additional questions related to water quality or for the commissioner? Any additional comments? Okay. We do have a motion with a second on the floor.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
would it be okay if we took a short break for 15 minutes or so before moving on?
Sure.
Thank you.
So we'll be back, everyone, at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Representative Tool. Hi.
Yes,
Hi, just want to let you know that at the end of this, you had missed 2 votes, so I'll ask the chair if you would like to vote.
sure.
Because the first bill we heard, LD 1940,
Yeah,
after they were done, they went into work session
okay,
and voted on that one.
okay, great.
Okay. Just wanted to give you a heads up.
No, I appreciate that. I was in state and local.
Oh, I'm sure. Absolutely.
So
All right. Thank you.
you are welcome.
All right, think we have everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for your patience. Okay, I would like to start off by offering an amendment to my amendment, whereby we would add a provision to add a process by which water districts and towns can obtain funding to support the transition from the transition away from land application and compost making of sludge. Is there a second? Representative Ziegler? Any discussion? Senator Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muted, Senator.
I don't think I am. Can everybody hear me?
Maybe your volume's down again, Senator Brenner.
Okay.
I was just wondering if you could provide greater elaboration on what the fund would or funding would look like.
I would suspect that we would be directing the department to come up with a model for how that money would be allocated, but we would be setting up the space for money to land to support these municipalities and towns with this transition. So federal funding could come in, state funding could come in.
The legislature needs to appropriate money for it to be spent by the executive branch. So I'm a little confused as to the amorphous and nature of this fund? I mean, how much money are we talking about? What's the sources, and how would it be spent? I'm not, as I said, very much in favor of this conceptually, just want a little bit more detail.
Well, we'll have a opportunity during the course of drafting the specific provision, where we'll have some time between now and language review where we can dial in on the specifics of what that looks like.
How much money are you envisioning?
I think we need more information about exactly what it's going to cost, and how we want to allocate it, but we need a provision that moves us forward with the purpose of having funding available for these municipalities.
I 100% agree with that, and I appreciate your responding to. If it isn't response at all to what I said, I appreciate that. But I do think that it's more than just what's typically included in the language review, and so I would be interested to see more details about the size of that fund and source of funding, as I said, if you can provide it.
Representative Judera.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate this approach too, because I think, all of us, while we know that we have to stop doing this, we have to stop spreading these harmful chemicals. We've got to address it in every way that we can. But we're also cognizant of our towns and our municipalities and how it affects them. So I appreciate that we're going to be receptive to that and think about that. I've also brought up a few times the private septic companies, many of whom are very small operations, and my concerns about them and how this change affects them. But I feel gratified that aspect is going to be addressed in the study because they are dealing with septage. So that gives me some comfort going forward that we can figure out that piece and help those folks who run those kinds of companies. Thanks.
Representative Ziegler. Representative Hanley, I think your hand was up next.
Yes, thank you. I think the things you were talking about are the reason why I would prefer tabling, so that we can sort this thing out and come up with a more defined. I think we do need a fund, and I think we do need a fund authorized by the legislature. So again, I'm going to ask eventually here for tabling, so that we can continue to study this and do a finished bill, complete, without trying to put add-ons later in the session. So well, I'm in agreement with Senator Bennett on his plan of coming up with an exact number. And the reason I'm so insistent on this is when I spoke with the people in Gardner at the water waste treatment, which takes care of 3 towns, he said they're looking possibly at a $300,000 a year increase to the ratepayers. So that's just one facility in the state and how it might financially impact them. So I think we need to truly establish a fund that helps offset these costs that are going to come at them very quickly. And everybody,
about that,
everything is out of control money-wise today. So. Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Representative Hanley, can I ask you a few clarifying questions about your conversation with the Gardner Sewer and Water District?
Yeah, sure.
When they said that their rates are going to increase by $300,000, what are they currently doing with their sludge?
This is a phone conversation I had with that gentleman, and he said that they do both. They compost some, and then they landfill some. But he said if they have to go to all landfilling, that he was, talking off the cuff. He didn't have exact numbers, but he said it could be a substantial impact, and he mentioned the $300,000 increase in cost to that facility to move everything to landfill. So I think it's important that we watch out for what it's going to do to ratepayers in these facilities and have a fund available with a real formula behind it to help them. Even if it's on a 3-year schedule, every year ticking it down a portion, but I think it's important to take care of that issue. Does that help?
Yeah. Representative Ziegler?
Yeah, okay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't think any of us disagree that there should be a fund. So I just want to ask Dan, and what Senator Brenner said coming in, is it possible that we'll be able to work through that if we offer that as an amendment at this point and clarify it later? Is that very doable? Does that make sense?
I can certainly frame out a fund or a program that could accomplish this and create the mechanism where it could accept state and federal funding. But unless you identify an exact appropriation amount you want to put into it, it's not going into the amendment. You'd have to reconsider it at language review and add some dollar amount. So if everyone's good with that, that's fine, but that's not a decision I can make in drafting.
As a follow-up, so you're saying upon reconsideration, if we have this in and we come up in the interim with that fund amount by talking with DEP and so forth, then that's more than logistically possible, correct?
Yeah, that's certainly one way to go about doing it. You could put a placeholder in and revise that at language review if you want to. I know Senator Bennett suggested a $5 million general fund appropriation. But I do think if you want to provide a legislative appropriation to fund this program, that either needs to be done now or at a language review with a reconsideration.
Any additional questions, concerns? Are we ready for a vote?
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just need a little clarification. The first thing we had was a motion by Representative Tucker and Senator Bennett ought to pass as amended. That's still on the table. It hasn't been taken off.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really not sure what we're voting on. We're voting on your amendment to the original amendment. And if so, again, I'd ask for a little bit greater clarity about what it is so that Dan could draft something. And I'm perfectly fine with a placeholder, by the way, and I'm perfectly fine with any quantum of money, but I think we should know exactly what we're voting on here. And I think it would be good. And maybe $5 million is too much. Maybe it's too little. I don't know. But I think it would be really helpful to have some generally when you're voting for something like this, you would have enough information on which to responsibly cast a vote. And I don't feel like I do currently.
So what we have on the table right now is the amendment as presented with an additional amendment that adds a provision to create a fund that would support municipalities in their transition.
So we haven't voted on that particular amendment to the amendment yet. Is that correct?
No, we have not voted.
Okay.
Dan.
I think what Marianne was trying to get at is there was no change acceptance made to the initial amendment from Representative Tucker. So as I understand it, the second amendment proposal was from yourself. So there's, in essence, two motions on the floor. They don't fit together right now. So I assume you only want to proceed with one motion at this point.
Okay, I think what I can do is withdraw my motion, make a second motion that incorporates the amendment that we've gone through with a change that adds in the funding proportion as a placeholder. And I look for a second.
Second,
Dan?
So we, there's still two amendments. It's just a different amendment now. So you have an amendment from yourself and one from Representative Tucker, who withdrew his first motion and made a second one.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
So Marianne, I believe whenever you're ready, we're ready.
Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Representative Tucker, yes. Senator Bennett. I'll come back to Senator Bennett. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney, yes. Representative Boyle.
Yes.
Representative Boyle, yes. Representative Toole.
No.
Representative Toole, no. Representative Bloom.
Yes.
Representative Bloom, yes. Representative Hanley.
No.
Representative Hanley, no. Representative O'Connor.
No.
Representative O'Connor, no. Representative Gramlich.
Yes.
Representative Gramlich, yes. Representative Dodera.
Yes.
Representative Dodera, yes. Representative Bell.
Yes.
Representative Bell, yes. Representative Ziegler.
yes.
Representative Ziegler, yes. Senator Bennett. Senator Bennett absent. Nine members voting in the affirmative. 3 members voting ought not to pass. 1 member absent.
Yes, Dan.
Just to be clear, I saw Representative Hanley nod his head, but the minority report is ought not to pass.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's correct for me as well.
And just to be clear, what you'll see coming back to you will be this funding provision framed out so that it could accept an appropriation, but I'm not going to include an appropriation.
Yes. All right. Any other announcements, or we have the language review for?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Senator Brenner, I believe that Representative Toole wants to vote on LD 1940
Okay.
and 1639.
Okay.
And then also Representative Gramlich, you were also absent for one of these. I forget which one was.
Are you talking about me, Marianne, Representative Gramlich?
Yes, excuse me. Trying to figure out which one it was. All right, so LD 1639. Representative Toole. The motion was ought to pass as amended. Would you like to vote?
Yes, could you read off the, or would you rather I step down after we log off?
Whatever you would like.
I'm right down the hall, so
Okay.
if it's easier for you to read off for me once we log off, I can do that.
Sure, thank you.
Sounds good.
And I believe Representative Gramlich is ready to offer her vote when you're ready for her.
All right, I'm ready. Representative Gramlich.
Would you like to read the bill number, Marianne?
Yes, I'm trying to find it. Excuse me for a second.
Take your time, no worries.
Here we go. It's LD 1940.
My vote is yes, ought to pass as amended.
Thank you very much. And sorry for the confusion.
It's okay, thank you.
All right. And then I think we have language review as our next order of business.
Do you all feel up to that, or do you want to bump it?
No, I think we could probably do it.
Okay. So I did send you an email explaining the issue, so I hope I don't have to go too in depth about it. This is LD 1809, Senator Brenner's bill about height of structures in the shoreland zone. And I sent you out an updated amendment for the majority report. I'm actually going to share, because that's one of those descriptive amendments that's not so easy to understand. I'm going to share the original amendment. And so we're focused on section 3 of the bill as amended. And if you recall, this allowed a non-conforming principal or accessory structure to be raised to but not above the minimum elevation necessary to be consistent with the local floodplain management elevation requirement. And then the amendment added this shaded language here, or to 3 feet above base flood elevation. And so the issue that the revisor's office identified at the last review of it before it was to leave is that you have a situation in statute where there could theoretically be 2 different standards here, and it's not clear which one would win out in the event that they're different. So if, for example, the local floodplain management ordinance said you can raise it a foot, and this language says or to 3 feet, it's not entirely clear what your, as a homeowner, what your ability to raise a structure to is. So the recommendation, which is included in there, is right after it says or to 3 feet above base flood elevation, is to include the phrase whichever is greater. And I spoke to Nick Livesey at DEP, who was the one who raised this issue for consideration by the committee initially. And apparently that was his intent all along. I just sort of lost it in translation. But the idea is that the 3 feet or the floodplain management ordinance height, whichever is greater, was intended to serve as the cap. And then the homeowner could have the ability to choose a height increase between the current height of the structure and whatever that cap is. So I think the expectation is most of the floodplain management ordinances are going to be less than or equal to 3 feet. So in most instances, the 3 feet would provide the higher cap, but it would provide a little bit more flexibility. So I'll stop the share there. That was the change that was added. And the fiscal note has been revised just to reflect that, although there's no change in the fiscal note other than the revised date. So as I explained in my email to you all, if those on the majority report consider this to be part of your original motion, and just a technical clarification, then there would be no need to reconsider it. But if you think this is a substantive change and you are in support of the change, then of course a reconsideration is something you could consider. I'm happy to answer any questions and apologize that we didn't catch this the first time.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, so folks on the prevailing side, how do you all feel in terms of this as a substantive change for reconsideration? Yes, Representative Tucker.
I would argue this is a technical change and it's in total conformity with the way I voted.
Any other thoughts? Yes, Representative Boyle.
I agree.
Okay. Any other thoughts? And do we want to then go ahead and approve the language for 1809? 1809. We're talking about 1809, right? So check the LED number. Okay, thanks. All right, all hands up for approving language on 1809. Thank you. And now I believe that brings us to the end of our day.
Senator, excuse me again. I believe Senator Bennett wishes to vote on LD 1911.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
I'm going to vote ought to pass as amended with a separate amendment, which specifies the dollar figure for the fund that you're creating to be $3 million from general fund.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else before we all head out for the day? All right. I apologize. There was no lunch break. But thank you all for a long